That's what I get for thinking I paused it, and lo and behold, I had not. All right, folks, well, hang on a second while I get something out of my ear here. There we go. And I thought it wouldn't bother me, but I was wrong. Anyway, welcome to Flying with Mike. We are going to try something today. Unfortunately, the aircraft in front of you has not been, as of last I checked, which I'll admit was not yesterday, it's been a couple days, has not been updated for X-Plane 12. So, we're flying X-Plane 11 in the Caravan. We're going to go from Twin Cities Airport, which is Pasco, Washington, down to Boise, Idaho. From there, we're going to switch into X-Plane 12. Now, I thought about doing this out of here, but really this airport isn't really geared for a 767. We're going to try it again, folks. I went through, reloaded it, updated it per TO and Mark LDS, just in case I didn't do it right. I didn't do it right, is all I can say, because it appears, we'll find out in a couple hours if it really does work. I tried a couple things. Now, I never took it airborne, but I tried, I switched. I'm comfortable enough to think that it's good to go because I set my camera positioning up and all in all 1, 2, 3, 4 birds. Yeah, there's 4 of them, folks, that you get with Flight Factor. One of them's a little obscure. A lot of people don't know about that SF, and that basically is a passenger plane bought or Boeing reconverted into a freighter. Little differences in where they place doors and all, but I thought FedEx had one. They don't. So we did find out that UPS and one other one is a SF. So anyway, special freighter, I guess, is what SF's designation is. All I know is it's kind of weird. So, but anyway, that's a couple hours from now. Right now, you're looking at the Thranda Cessna 208B. 2 big peeves I have to an overall that I really like this plane, but there are 2 really big peeves I have. Maybe fixed, but I tried running the update and it made things, other problems, really bad. So we're back to the original, and but my biggest pet peeve with this thing is if you, like me, do not load it full screen, and then you try to go full screen like this, it'll SASL error out, and you can't play. I really hate that about this plane. The other one, and I'll go ahead and get it out of my system now, because it too is not the greatest smart thing that they could do. They should have been able to fix these 2 items pretty quickly. That's my humble opinion, folks, but they are big peeves of mine. Missing gauges. Depending on how you look, missing gauges. And your PBR, phenomenal, but it's, yeah. So you're paying quite a bit of money here, folks, and that ticks me off. So does the SASL error. So anyway, that aside, I do like the plane, and I don't say that enough. I do like the plane. You want it? You're gonna have to go figure out how to update it, because when I tried to update it to get my free floaties added to the plane so it could float in water, oh my God, it went every which way but right. But that's how I got a hold of it. Tried running Skunk Updater, and yeah, it's just not. And with the floaties, you get the G1000, all that good stuff. I know they're out there, but nothing wrong with this setup right here, folks. So anyway, let's get after it, shall we? All right. Like I said, we are up in the mark. LDS 767. Welcome in. We have the caravan taking some freight down to Boise for us to eventually get into the X-Plane 12 767. Hopefully, with your help and Tio's help yesterday, I did things right and we'll be able to take off with it. If not, we'll switch back to X-Plane 11 and make the flight happen anyway to Oklahoma City. But either way, we will fly. Just have to figure out how I did this in the past. There it goes. All right. It defaults to HEPA, which I know most of the world is in the HEPA world, HPA. We're in that third world country called the United States that I know y'all say are still in the feet, miles, and inches of mercury. Although last I checked, we're not a third world. Anyway, we'll leave politics alone there. All right, folks. Oops, I got the wrong light switch I wanted on. All right, so we're gonna get this girl going here. Couple of housekeeping items to take care of here, and then we'll get some toolkit up here and do a proper pre-flight. Well, proper flying with Mike pre-flight. All right, so there you have it, folks. Sim toolkit up here. You can see nice little graphic here, 2-1 right. You know what? I'm not even sure if I'm even close to that runway. Oh, that always helps. Now we got a little bit of a taxi, but we'll take it. Heck, we could even go 2-1 left, so we'll get to that momentarily. All right, so looking here, 2-1 right, you can see the wind's right down the runway. So, I mean, the green meets the blue, that's always a good thing head on. All right, so up here, I always talk about this, 46 minutes to departure, but if you see these clipboards here on Sim Toolkit, clip them. There you go. You get this nice overview of your flight. Again, default Lido in SimBrief. When you generate your flight plan, you get a pretty, it's readable in all of the formats, but when you bring it over to Sim Toolkit, this one seems to be the easiest to read through it. So, as you can tell, we're going from Tri-Cities to Boise, K Papa Sierra Charlie to K Bravo Oscar India. And we're going to be in the Caravan, Super Cargo Master. And there's our lovely tail number, FedEx 811's how you'll find us online. And that's one of the housekeeping items I'm kind of watching for here. I think I'm on. I don't see me. Hang on, I thought I connected. Oh, I didn't. That would be why. All right. C208. That one and that. All right, so that'll take a little bit. All right, we'll kind of zoom it in though. All right, close enough. So FedEx 811 is our call sign. So look for us there in the Pasco, Washington area. It's south and somewhat west of Spokane. Walla Walla, if you've ever heard of it, right to the west of it, east of Yakima. That pretty much zeroes you in on it. 2-1 right, that's our runway for today. It is showing up here as 7,700 feet. I'm pretty sure a Caravan, we might scrape the edge of the runway. I doubt it. I'm not even sure 700 feet would be too much. All right, so loadout wise, we're looking at 1,800 pounds. The packs, that's only because these are not geared for cargo. Except for a couple of aircraft, you're not going to get a true cargo setup. So go with the payload, 1800. We're actually a lot heavier than that. Just gonna let you know. Um, and we'll get to that in a second. Zero fuel. So that part, we're going to just kind of stop here. We will cruise at 1900. 7,000's intended. I have not looked at the charts to see if that's a safe altitude. Folks, we're in the Rockies. So that may not be safe. Matter of fact, let's do that right now. I'm going to head over here, make sure when I do this that the proper page comes up. There we go. All right, so let's pull Sim Toolkit out of here. And I pulled the wrong Sim Toolkit, folks. Took the overlay. Going to be a smashing lovely day. Go. All right, so there is Sky Vector. Now, as we look at Sky Vector, we're getting minimum safes of 10,000 on our airway, 9,000 and 5,900. So yeah, we're going to be a little higher than that. And looking in the zones, 10,009, 12, 2, 11. Yeah, we're going to need to be up around 12,000. All right, so right there means we're going to need to squish a little bit more fuel in those tanks. All right, so Sim Toolkit put us at 7,000. Obviously not worrying about our payload. FedEx Express Virtual is what's up here. That's who we're flying for today. Here's the load sheet that I have from my run today. Over here is our fuel. They're wanting me to roll out of here with 2,618 pounds. Really couldn't safely get the plane up to that. Kept getting very close to CG limits, so I improvised. They're calling for 900 pounds of fuel. Now, I know one of the key people for setting up Federal or FedEx Express Virtual set up a very good fuel planning program. Not doubting his numbers, but they're 300 under SimBrief. So I'm going to go with SimBrief on this one. And the fact that we're going to now be flying at or around 11,000 feet. Because that's what we're showing safe. Let's go back. Sky Vector. 11.6. So really 12 to 13. All right. So, playing it safe. Now I can switch this and let's take a look at the world VFR. We're looking at safe altitudes of 75, 74, 78. I'm going to play it safe and go with the instrument charts and go 10,000, 11,000 foot. All right. So we're going to up the ante on our climb. All right. So there you go, folks. That gives you kind of a good look at what we're doing here. Again, FedEx Express Virtual. That's who we're flying for today. Both flights. And you can learn more about them at that link. All right. All of that aside, let's pull the browser away. Let's get to starting up this bird. Well, here's how you pretty much the brains of the airplane in the sim. You've got your general tab, which is what we're on, gives you all of these nice things you can start up running. Have a GPU out there. I'm not going to start that like that. Got my doors open for loading. And then we have our livery selection, weight and balance. Again, you can see here, I just kept getting right up here in this corner, pushing and pushing, and I'm like, I'm not pushing any harder. See if I can't bring this one up. Okay. And then you can get your cameras. You can actually slew the plane from here. Different. You can change gauges out in here and so forth. So we're set and ready to go. So let's first button up the aircraft. Now you can do it one of two ways. And don't go to the tower view. Again, X-Plane11. All right, so we can close the bottom one right here. The top one. I think really nice. Don't think I'm going to be able to close these. All right, and the ground guys will have to do the outside, so hang on. Have to do that. Simply go here, click on open, and then they close. Go ahead and pull, oh, not that, pull the chocks. And we're ready to go. And just so you know, the parking brake lever is here and it is pulled out. I also have, just so it's easier to see the switches, pulled the yoke. We'll put it back in here in a second. All right, so let's pull up the checklist. This is a little annoyance to me. Wish there was a way to do this outside the aircraft, but it is what it is. Now I can't resize it. Any other time I could resize it. All right, well, it's not going to let me. So anyway, pilot handbook. If you got the aircraft installed, you have the handbooks in one of the folders called manuals, control locks. And for this one, very simple. If you can do this, do that, do this, do that, guess what? Control locks aren't on. Parking brake is set. Switches are all off. Static pressure source off. Inertial in and off. Standby flat motor guard normal. Oxygen supply, that's up top. It is in the off position. Pressure checked good. Green. Both fuel valves on. Weather radars off. Not really sure if this gauge even works in X-Plane11. It shows it in the pictures, but I'll be honest, I've never seen anything on it. But I'm not 100% sure I've flown in weather with it yet, so not completely ready to say it's worthless on there. Air conditioner all off, bleed air's off, and pull for the ground. See what I mean? This thing's really in the way and it's annoying the crap out of me. Hey, it's finally playing like it's supposed to. There we go. Pull this out. Those two in. All right, lost my place now. All right, it's kind of. Emergency power is normal. Trim controls takeoff. Firewall fuel, that's the top one, is pushed in to be on. Cabin heat checked. Battery switch on. Okay, we'll head over here. And we're going to turn on number 2. Don't know if you can hear that fan in the background, but there is a fan. I just turned my headset up to hear it. To off, battery off. And that concludes that. Before start engine, pre-flight's complete, weight and balance check. Passengers, all cargo has been briefed on the proper emergency exit procedures from the caravan should we have a problem. Each box has been told they're not allowed to smoke on the flight, and each box has been told keep its seatbelt on. Control locks, they do this a lot in the checklists. Make sure they're removed, folks. This is pretty important. Real world guys, this is very important. Flight sim guys, it's only important if you don't want your game to end pretty quick with a crash because you forgot to do this. Okay, hang. There we go. Cabin doors closed, latched. And we'll go ahead and open up our little peep window. Okay, switches again are off. Ignition. All right, now we're starting to get into the nitty-gritty. Ignition is this switch here. It says normal. Normal is all the way back. Circuit breakers are all in. Fuel tanks left and right on. Verify left and right. Weather radar's off. Bleed air. It's the red switch over there, folks. Gonna be visible right here, and it is off. Okay, propeller. Okay, full forward. Fuel cutoff. Throttles, just want to make sure they work, and they do. That's the problem we had yesterday, folks, if you were watching on X-Plane12. Number 1 engine would throttle up on the 767. Number 2 wasn't going anywhere. All right, fuel is pushed in. Inertial separator bypass. If visible moisture or below 4 degrees. By bypass, that means pulling it out, it'll actually be horizontal instead of vertical. Battery switch on. Flaps are up. No smoking, we don't have. Fire detector. And the rest. Okay, looks good. And day-night check. Restart. Alright, folks, pretty simple to start. Again, we'll leave the battery switch on. Beacon lights on. Lets people know we're alive and ready to go. Emergency power, again, normal. Prop area. Clear prop. Nice look that nobody decided to stroll in front of my plane. Okay, so fuel boost pump to on and observe. On. It's on. Fuel pressure low, eye on, no fuel. Hit the starter. Hate this. Just want you to hear that prop, folks. That's fun flying props. Alright, so fuel flow's up. NG's over 52. We got the starter switch off. Engine instruments checked. We'll do a generator check here. Off. Okay. Fuel boost to normal now. Avionics 1 and 2 on. Standby power. I'll just go ahead and turn it on. Oh, I missed it. Suction gauge is doing its thing. Cabin heating and ventilating on. And standby. Go ahead. Make sure our boxes and packages are comfortable back there, folks. I hate for them to suffer along this road. It is about a 2-hour flight, so gosh forbid. Alright, so for taxi, we'll go there. We're going to do a lot of these things right now. Sure, I didn't miss anything. Alright. So we'll go through flight controls again. We're checking, folks, again. Getting a common theme here, folks. Flight controls, make sure they're free and correct. Fuel boost normal, tank selectors both, fuel quantities recheck. We'll do all of that. Normal. Quantities even. Up top, they're both. We're going to put the oxygen on because we're going above 10,000 feet. Okay, we're ready there. Let's work on the radios now. 28725. Okay. First out of the box. Let's bring up the chart page for you. Surprise, I have it in a bigger format for this part of the flight. Alright, so there you can see where we're at. Go. We'll put the plane in. We're going to be right about there. Looks like we're in the grass, but we really aren't. We're going to taxi across 30, up Echo, Alpha 5. We're either going to take off on 21 right, left, or as they're asking us to 21 right. We'll see what tower says. Oh wait, tower's not up. Okay, and we are on the Similar Mountain. All right. Okay, we'll give it a little longer to go. Departure out of here, we can fly a VFR departure to Pendleton 14.7. Let's go ahead and put that in here. And then we'll set up for, oh, I don't know, let's let me just take a look at my chart. Looks like a 153. Yeah, that'll work. 53. From there, we'll hit the airway down to Pendleton, and there we'll join the Victor 4 low altitude route all the way to Boise. Flight plan's already in here. When we're ready to go GPS, all we do is click this switch right here to switch to GPS. let's go 11,000 for our route of departure. Flight director 1. And that's it for there. Okay, let's do this. Now, for those not familiar with how to work these, what you'll do is go to flight plan. If the old flight plan's in there, I did not change this earlier. Just go in here and simply click, scroll down to delete, hit enter. Then, I think it's the outer, it's the inner. You can come over here, gotta push it so it's highlighted. There's our route, one up, enter, and now it's in there. There's our route. Currently, I am planning visuals to both airports, and nav2 was set up for Baker City 15-3. Okay, and we're set, we're set. Tri-Cities traffic, FedEx 811 at the FedEx ramp, taxiing to runway 21 left for departure. Hey, taxi via Echo FedEx 811. Alright, now that we're outbound, we'll kick the light on. Whoops. I'll make my own way. Alright folks, so let me pull that chart out of the way. Nice thing about the GPS we didn't have back in my day, airspeed indicators start about the same as they did back then. They do have ground speed, 13. Okay, let's get flaps set. Now I did mention I could make this cockpit very quiet. Let's go ahead and put the headphones on. Now I'm not talking to you over a loud engine. Pretty cool that Thranda came out with that. That's a neat feature. Again, this flight, folks, is X-Plane11. We're heading to Boise, where we're going to switch into a 767 out of there and head to Oklahoma City. Why, you ask, Oklahoma City? Why not? All right, we're at the hold line. I am going to take 21 left. All right, flaps are set. Let's do a quick. That's really annoying. I wish they could have made a plug-in that we could click on to get to it a lot easier, but it is what it, or give me a PDF that I can run on my other monitor. Enough said. But again, in case people are new, overall, I do like the Thranda 208. Just some really big, irritating pet peeves to me on it. Two big ones, one not so much, but it gets up there. So, and we don't need to rehash that. Thranda really does need to step up and fix those. All right, so before takeoff, we've done all of these. Let's do a check of our surfaces again. Forward, back. Getting a common theme here, folks. What Cessna's and the Caravan checklist is really behind. Making sure your controls are free. Not to say I don't think one of the crashes involved a Cessna, but it was a corporate jet. Pretty popular too, and it wasn't Cessna. That one of them that I know wasn't Cessna. Crew in a hurry. All right, boot pressure we're not going to worry about. We don't have ice to worry about. Inertial's in, and propeller. Here we go. Let's. What do we need to take this up to? Okay, I thought we had to do a run-up. Oh, here we go. Power lever to 1600. Just getting that oil in that hub, folks. Okay, idle. Okay, stall heat avionics set, weather radar on now, and we're set for flaps, windows closed, brakes release, high idle on the fuel. We're ready for takeoff. Takeoff again, wing flaps. Really hate it, 20 degrees on a runway that I don't even need flaps, but it's what the checklist calls for. Power will set to takeoff, which will be right here. Takeoff red line to this red line. In between there's takeoff power. Annunciators will check, rotate at 75, climb up at 95, retracting flaps. Get it? Got it? Got it, good. Pasco traffic, FedEx 811, departing runway 21 left. Pasco traffic, FedEx 811, departing 21 left. Okay, fuel lever all the way up. Flaps 10. Smashing that right rudder. Flaps are up. Tri-Cities traffic, FedEx 811, direct Pendleton, last call. Okay, we need to set cruise climb. And let's get in on that autopilot. All right, we are on. Yeah, it's gonna zigzag us over. And get us into a good cruise climb here, folks, to 11,000 feet. Should be joining our route any moment. All right, we are climbing out. So there you go, folks. That works pretty good, folks, inside the plane. Outside, well, as you can tell, not so well. All right, so we're out of the area, so we'll go ahead and kill our lights. Jaguar Crafty, welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow. We sure appreciate you. Hope you enjoy the ride here in the caravan. I do need to get back in the cockpit here. Check our power. And thank you, sir. Welcome. Thanks for the first time chat there, Jaguar Crafty. It is a nice Cessna. One of my neat features. Clicking on the phone here where you plug your micro or headphone and mic in. You can act like you don't have a headphone, or you can have a headphone. Kind of nice. All right, to use the autopilot in here, this is the Thranda caravan. Hang on, let me make sure everything looks good on the outside here. Speeds a little slow. Hang on. All right, we'll just kind of zoom in now. Just looking. Okay. All right, so the autopilot. It's a little tricky. Oh, in a 737? That's a little different than this plane, but basically, what kind of questions do you have for it? Because I do fly it quite a bit. And while we're waiting, I am going to go ahead and build up a little bit of speed here, folks. $10, $120. Okay, we're doing that. Okay. See what Thranda says. Okay, when you turn the autopilot on, you'll see where your heading is, you have heading select, or it might say HDGSEL. You can set your heading, push that button, and it'll turn to whatever you set it there. Altitude, if it won't let you set it, you can always set the altitude. Click VS, set your VS, or if you're in a managed climb or descent, altitude intervene will let you take over and do it yourself. Without having it in front of me, it's hard to show you, but it's not a very difficult thing in the plane. But heading select will get you, or if you have to, push the button, depending on how you, well, which version of the autopilot you have, will get you on a heading hold. And we will be flying, just for a heads up to you, the 767, granted, not the 37. We'll be flying that hopefully in about 2 hours or so when we get to Boise. We'll switch into that. But yeah. Okay, and we're holding airspeed. Just get hit with a good gust. Okay, as you look on that center console top, you'll set your heading. There'll be a switch you can roll up or down. Should be a heading select button right under it. And I'm going in to see if I have captured the cockpit of SIBO. Okay, that now, if you come back out, or let's see, what you're looking at is the angle, the bank angle, 10 to 30. It's the inside button to that. So you've got that outer ring that moves. That sets your switch, and then there should be heading select under it. If not, push on it. I hate this that I don't have that aircraft in front of me. Heading select, HDGSEL. And then as you turn that heading, either way, the aircraft should respond, so long as it's not in LNAV. Same thing with the vertical. Set your altitude, push VS, set your up or down, and it'll climb or descend without having to have a flight plan. And again, make sure it's not on VNAV. Okay, we're coming up on 9,000. Let's double check I turned the oxygen on. I did, even though I don't have hypoxic on here. It'll bank to what angle you have it set to on that knob right up against the panel. It's set either 30, 20, 10, 5, I think, are the settings on it. So whatever that's set at, that's how much it banks. Okay, let's nose a little more over. Start building our speed for cruise. Oh, and let's get some power in here. There we go. That's correct, as long as you're not trying to turn. Okay. We get into 767, I will. Awesome. First flight. Oh, dude. Oh, jealous, jealous, jealous. 777F. Oh, man, jealous. Enjoy that, sir. I know you will. I can already tell you will. Osaka to Anchorage. Awesome, sir. Have a great flight. We'll be here if you so choose to come back. I know I'd have a hard time coming back to the sim world in the real plane. Okay, we're up on cruise. Let's set cruise power. So we'll stay at 19. 19. I thought St. Bart was on there. I've never tried flying it. Definitely not with the 737. But yeah, I did know St. Bart was in there. I actually love flying into St. Martin to the north there, and always wondered, I gotta try that. That might have to come up here on a flight soon. Get back to St. Martin and hop over to St. Bart. That's the one, if I remember right, you come down a hill, again, depending on winds, and you cross a road right before you get over the threshold or something like that. Or the road's at the top of the hill and you're going down. I've seen a couple well, not bad crashes, but landing's gone very wrong there. That's because they just didn't realize go around. If you're able, check it out in X-Plane12. They may have kept the hill there. I don't know. Like I said, that's going to be when this plane gets updated to X-Plane12. That will be on my list of hitting. Right now, we're just checking aircraft out, but St. Bart is going to be on my list. Yeah, it's in beta, you're welcome to use it. It's a pretty stable platform. Little hiccups here and there. That's why it's still in beta, but it's available for the general public to download. Gotcha. And with that hard, yep, I know. I've been there, done that with earlier Microsoft products. But yeah, that would be that. The other possibility, and I'm not an ortho fan, I don't have a lot of ortho in X-Plane11, as you can all tell. Might look to see if the ortho scenery, and if there's a scenery out there for it. Why does it do that? Something to think about is the orthos, but if you've got if you're low-end computer, the orthos could be challenging on the system. But I love X-Plane. Really good flight dynamics, not the table and stuff that Microsoft uses, so you're flying through the air. They're working with X-Plane12, I think, to get the weather in the air to match, so you're really flying realistically. Yeah, Microsoft is a bit pricey, but there are versions of it. It's just what you get and what you don't. Another reason I like X-Plane. I miss the old Microsoft. Even though the old Microsoft days, you always had 3 versions to buy, or 2, I think it was. I've been so long I can't remember now when I bought FSX. A golden standard and the standard. And the golden, you get, of all things, prop noise. Props. The turbo props, you didn't get them in the standard, which that kind of ticked me off with them. Yes, sir. Bunch of aircraft out there for free. So, trying to figure out why it keeps telling me altitudes up at the top. And what the heck I accidentally clicked to get that going. Alright, well, we're still at 11,000, so that means, let's see, 3014. So now we're progressing. Let's see here. Where am I? Piano. And HECP. Alright, so let's go ahead. Baker is 15.3. That's dialed in here. I went the long way home. All right, so let's get these. All right, again, this is X-Plane12, folks. Best airline in your opinion? Today, airline would be, boy, I really don't know. They all have their own little quirks. Passenger would be, I would have to say probably American or United. Cargo-wise, I'm going to have to go with Atlas. 1 of their size, and 2, I've seen them a lot here at Mid-America. So, now in the past, oh Lord, TWA. That I live here where TWA is. With peanut-shaped cookies. Well, Delta, you know, I didn't even think about that, but yeah, Delta's a good airline. But I don't know. It's been a long time since I've flown on Delta. A lot of changes have occurred since the 70s. That's how far back it's been since oh no, I was on them in the 80s. My bad. But it's been a long time. But American and United, I've actually never been on. I'll be totally honest. So I can't. Well, you know, wait a minute. There was one, Alaska. I did like there, and that was a nice flight to Anchorage. And then we took American back from Vancouver to here, as well as from St. Louis to Chicago. So Allegiant isn't, you know, I know I can hear people at work going, man, you're just sucking up to the airline that's there. No, they're actually not that bad, folks. I mean, yeah, they're like all airlines. They got their problems, but they really are not that bad. So, But yeah, like I said, I've only seen United at the airport I work at. I've never flown United. Spirit. There's pluses and minuses to Spirit. When you're in that market, like Allegiant, you're going to find a lot more negatives from people than positives until you go, but how much did you pay for that airline ticket? And then they usually kind of quiet down. Southwest could rank up there too, but again, another airline, it's been but Southwest has been a while since I've flown on them. But I mean, they do a great job too. So you get what you pay for sometimes. You got to always remember that. If you're going cheap, well, don't expect white linen cloths at your seat. If you're going first class, expect first class. And speaking of first class, my packages back there are flying in that class. Let's see. About 43 minutes out. That I couldn't answer other than maybe the way the scenery is on the ground. And depending on the plane, now if you're flying a 737, bumps shouldn't be that bad. But if you're flying a Cessna, they could be a little bumpy on the ground. Okay. Images like this always make me nervous. Okay, I am in between Parker and nope, Parker is ahead of me, so shouldn't have anything to worry about. Right. A 7,000-foot mountain just looks a little like it's going to get hit by the wheels. Well, we'll see. All right, let me look at my fuel gauges. All right, just trying to keep those boxes from riding behind me. Is this default ATC that's doing this to you? Because I'm on VATSIM and I don't have anybody out here talking to me. Let me rephrase that. Let me make sure I have nobody out here that I'm supposed to be talking to. That would never happen here. All right, well, just looking at SimAware here, folks. Just noticed we have air traffic. That'll be, well, hopefully on the ground before we get there, but yeah, it looks like a Cessna 414 is between us and them. And again, just a reminder, folks, once we get on the ground in Boise, we're going to take a quick break, reset for X-Plane12 and the Flight Factor 767 freighter. All right, just getting some frequencies switched around here. Boise is 1330. Okay, we're almost to Barker City, folks. And yes, I've come off the GPS. Okay, at Barker City, we're going to switch to Boise. And we're in way too close for me to probably try to tune this. Actually, I'm just going to flop heading. That's what I thought was going on. Okay. Okay, now off Barker City. I think this is what I hate this for. It doesn't tell me my heading. Yeah, I kid you not, folks. It does not tell you your heading. All right, so we'll go the old-fashioned way. 1, 2, 3. Okay, now it's kind of useless to try to tune in a VOR now. You're dead over, folks. Remember, you're a mile up, so that's 1. And we're actually close to 2 miles up. So that's 2 miles from the VOR. So we have to be careful here. Oh, you gotta love that noise in the background, folks, when you live near an Air Force base. All right, turn that down just a tad. Okay, the gen's doing fine. Let me just look at something here. It's always hard to tell. Okay. Okay, we're over Barker City. Let's take a look. Nice little airport down there. All right, now according to Nav2 down here, I can tune in Boise, so I'm going to go ahead and flip-flop. Make a slight course correction. There we go. And we're just going to truck our way out now to Boise. And then make our approach. Approach right now. Okay, so coming up Barker City at about 1-2. Actually, they're saying 117. I'm going to see if this changes a little bit. Where does it change? Okay. Little course correction there and get her on course. All right. Weather in Boise. Alright, so 110 at 5, 10-mile visibility, temperature 20 degrees. Summer day. Summer days make me feel fine. Oh, there goes my countdown again on people. Alright, so we are now 96 miles out of Boise. Again, pretty much a crystal clear day out here. So, good flying weather so far. We'll see what happens as we take off next out of Boise, headed to Oklahoma City. You know, when you look at it, folks, that's X-Plane12 scenery. That is really not all that bad, folks. Not bad at all. Especially for those of us that came from the world of FSX. Can't beat that, folks. I thought that had to change. Alright, I am going to go ahead and pull up Boise here. Okay, let me do that, and alright, we're not going to worry about doing a star. We're going to shoot an RNAV into here. So what I'm going to do is bring this up here. Get back here into course. All right. Let me bring up the chart here so we can kind of walk it through. Okay, we're going to aim for Jimmy. We're not going to do the hold if it brings one up. 6,000 feet, 210 knots. All right, so that's what we're going to start with. So we'll go over here to flight plan, procedure. Now we're going to just do the approach. So all we do is click enter on select approach. Let's see if we have... Okay, RNAV, Yankee, 10 left, almost to the bottom, folks. Okay, now let's go to the flight plan. Okay, we can see we're going to Boise to there, but we're going to hold. Okay, so we don't want that. I was afraid of that. All right. McGee, and then in. All right. Well, crud. Okay, at about Emmett, we'll start watching and seeing where we're at. We'll take a look at the charts, make sure everything's good. But let me bring this up, show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so what we're going to be doing here, folks, it's the Boise Air Terminal, Gowan Field, RNAV, Yankee 10 left approach. Now, full procedures puts us in a hold at Jimmy. We're not doing the hold. So we're going to come into Jimmy, and then I'm going to run us to McGee. But real quick, ATIS is 123.9. There's our approach, tower, and ground. Internally to the machine, it's going to dial in that channel. We can't do that. Not even sure how to verify it. Well, what we're going to do is set up for a 102 in on the OBS here, heading, and we're going to fly that in. Now, albeit, we would be on this GPS up here flying it. And we can go ahead and switch it back. And we'll see how it works. Let's make sure we're not going to go into a hard turn here. There we go. And we're just going to fly straight to Boise. I'm going to figure out where we can peel away to head down, because I don't know about mountains and all in our way. All right, so 102 is the final. McGee cross at 4,100 feet. That's 1,256 feet above the ground. Decision altitude, 3,044. 200 feet above the ground. Typical decision height, folks. There's our missed approach and the rest of what we require for this approach. Again, we're going to come in at 6,000 to Jimmy, ski at 41 and we'll track in. Reels and a PAPI for our lighting system. Now, ultimately, we need 200 feet AGL and 3/4 of a mile visibility to get in. I think we exceed all of that, so we're not too worried about that. And then once on the ground, folks, we're gonna try for Gulf, maybe Echo, work our way up into here. Basically on this exploded V, if we come off at Echo, work our way to Romeo, I think it is. No, is that Alpha? Anyway, work our way up here. This is FedEx. All right, so there you have our approach, folks. And now let me do some looking here. I think Nice P, we can make the run to Jimmy. How's that spelled again? That's what we'll do. I just looked it up here. All right. And 6,000, so we need to lose 5,000, so... we've got to get past Emmett. So up in here on the GPS, folks, right at about here is where we'll start our descent to be at 6,000 to shoot it in. All right, let's get an updated. Let's see, we're 25. All right, folks, if you're having a great time here, learning a lot, enjoying the X-Plane11 scenery, two things. Mash that follow button, folks, and follow us, because we'd love to have you on all of our adventures we do here. Next up today will be X-Plane12 out of Boise to Oklahoma City. And we'll be in the Flight Factor 767 freighter. Friday, back in X-Plane11, unless I've heard that FlyJSim has a working 727 in X-Plane12. Until then, we'll be in X-Plane11 with it. We're going to fly a hop or two. Going to try and do it, well, it's going to be for Piedmont Virtual, and we're going to fly a Braniff run. And see if we can't catch, who knows, maybe two on Friday. So we'll see. It's a short hop, Salt Lake to Denver, so you never know. But for now, we're staring down about 15 minutes to go into Boise. We'll take a quick break there, folks, and then turn around in X-Plane12. And like I said, Flight Factor 767. Yesterday we had trouble with it in X-Plane12. I was after the stream extensive reinstalled it basically in X-Plane12, and my liveries, learned a couple things that I didn't know I had prior. But anyway, we'll get to that when we talk with the 767. And we'll talk with what I think I did wrong, but who knows if it was. All I know is up to engine start, everything was working a million times better. So I think I know what I did wrong, but who knows. So we'll see you for that one. And spoiler alert, there is something, if that is the case, what was the cause, that annoys the heck out of me that it did. Just like the couple problems here. That's one. The other, it gives an SASL error, folks. If you come in windowed where you're not in a full screen setup and you go to a full screen setup, it'll error on you and you can't fly. That really annoys the crap out of me. So, and it's going to really annoy me if I'm the only one getting that. Anyway, enough on that. So let's set our sights on the town of Boise ahead of us. It is now 40 miles out. All right, so that's actually probably a good sign. Emmett's when I'm going to think about starting my descent. You're all going, oh my gosh, that's so close. Yeah, only at 11,000 feet, folks. Got to go down to 6. Doesn't take long. And that's not doing a dive bomb drop. No, it's nice and easy. Not a problem. Now, if ATC was on, we might already be descending. Uh-oh. Hang on a second. I just noticed the center came up. I don't think I'm in their territory, but I always like to check. And no, I am not. Denver's really busy, folks. All right, but nope, Denver Center does not control the area we're in. That's under Salt Lake. So, all right, so folks, first off, thank you again, Jaguar Crafty, for the follow. And folks, he's also flying. If you're flying out there, folks, we'd love to hear that. That is my big mission here, is when I'm flying, I hope you're all flying. Now, would I love to see you out my wings? That would be awesome. However, just knowing you're out there flying, that's what we want to do, is get you from the seat into the pit flying. Learning, enjoying. And in my case, I relax when I fly. I do have a real private pilot's license. Granted, it's not current. I just have to fly with an instructor. But folks, every time I took flight, if the world was just tearing me down or tearing me up, getting in the air really helps. So I have, by the grace of God, been able to have the same feeling here, where I can just get in there, relax. And that's what I do here, is I get up in the air and I relax, even though it's on a little, 32-inch, 48-inch screen here, whatever this is. I mean, I'll take it, folks. Would I love to be up in the real air? Oh my gosh, would I? Folks, there's nothing like flying a small plane. If you ever get the chance, I highly recommend you take it. Descent time. Going back on some power. The only difference between what I flew and these, well, they're 180 horsepower. I think actually I flew a 200 Saratoga, but still, a lot slower, didn't fly as high, and didn't have 18 tires when I fly the 747. Although I drove an 18-wheeler semi-truck. Sorry, folks, those of you that actually fly those. I'm going to go ahead and activate the approach. Enter. That should turn us to Jimmy. I'm going to go ahead and knock us down a couple. Continue this cruise descent. But no, I take it back. I have been on the flight deck of a 747-200. We had, at the beginning of, just after 9/11, the beginning of the build-up in both Afghanistan and Iraq, we had a bunch of military charters through our airport. And I missed the 747-400 and the 777 coming through for United, so. But hopefully I get to, well, I won't be able to get on the flight deck of a United 747 because they no longer exist, nor in most airlines. Now, I do know Lufthansa flies a few still, possibly British Airways. Don't quote me on that, folks, from Britain, because I'm not 100% sure. And maybe a couple of other countries. Beyond that, unfortunately, the Queen of the Skies is relegated to freight. And you know what? She does a doggone good job with freight. So does a 777 that one of our followers is flying today. So good luck to you. Enjoy the, oh man, what a route. All right, so let's set, what was it? 10, I believe. $102. All right, we're coming into the valley here of Boise, Idaho. There isn't much showing it. That's one of my little pet peeves with the X-Plane12 is that the cities weren't well done. As some are in X-Plane12. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and quiet down the cockpit here. Let's see. Yeah, we'll set up for that one. All right. We're just about to Jimmy, I think 5 miles. I'm looking for the airport right now, folks, because we may end up just visually. You know, we're shooting the RNAV just to help us get on course. And then we'll start looking for the airport. But all right, folks, Flight 1 is just about in there. We're almost over Jimmy. We're leveling off at 6,000. Then we'll start our descent. What? So I got a couple seconds. There we go. That way you all can see it. And laugh at me, because I'm flying it wrong. Okay, there's McGee. Going now. So menu, enter. Told you we're not doing the hold. Now we're dropping down to 4,100. Think I have the runways in sight. But we're going to make sure before we come off. Okay. All right, I'm coming off. That's not cool. All right, get my ignition on. powering back. Stand by, folks. Don't think I'd want to do this in real world, but you know what? Okay, let's level off. All right, let me get a quick altimeter here. $30.24. Okay. And Boise traffic, FedEx 811, approximately 6-mile final, runway 10 left, visual approach. Boise traffic, FedEx 811, final, 10 left, stable, landing. All right, folks, welcome to Boise. And what we'll do is clear up here, hit the brakes. Oh, you started over in Montgomery. Almost over Tampa. Nice. Okay, flaps up. Like 10 to 1, that AI traffic's going to turn right at us. Nice thing is, I'm just going to go this way. Okay, let me get in here. Really? That's what you get when you have X-Plane12, you know, the crazy drivers. Folks, I've got it explained for you if you haven't heard it. Pay attention. There's no drivers in the trucks. That's right. See? No drivers driving that tractor. See if we got another vehicle close by. I'll even bet there ain't a pilot in that plane. Yeah, I'm serious. So, folks, if you watch and they'll zip by you, there's nobody driving them. That's why they don't yield like they're supposed to. All right, so let's roll in here. Let me slow up, really back it down here. Okay. First things first. Okay. Air conditioning, bleed air, pull that. Okay. Why do I have a FedEx scheme? Because FedEx flies caravans. That's why, sir. They have quite a big fleet of them, too, throughout several different airlines. DHL flies them, too. The other airline is Ameriflight, one of them, and they do a lot with UPS. All right, final checks done. Yep, that's a turboprop throttle quadrant. All right, so Beacon always loves to turn off on me. Well, let's pull up the checklist, shut this thing down, shall we? Descent, landing, normal, short, bulk. There we go. Flaps up. Ice protection, I believe I've turned off. Yes. Standby power's off. Strobe lights off. Landing lights off. Actually, I don't ever think I turned them on. And while we're here, let's get them both on. Oxygen off. Brake set. All right. Get rid of that. No, I didn't. Standby and avionics are off. Fuel boost off. Oop, wrong way. And lead air, I think I turned it off, but let's make sure I did. Okay, power levers to idle, waiting for about a minute. Once we're stable, feather the prop. Engine off. All right, there we go, folks. Welcome again to Boise. Prop stop so we can turn the beacon light, nav lights off, battery switch off. Hello, Boise. Oh my goodness, I didn't do it. That stinks. Oh man. Oh well, sucks for me, not for you all. I forgot to log. Turn on FedEx Express Virtual to get my butt down here. Doggone it. Oh well. You know what, folks? That's fine. We'll just jump seat here and start up with the 767. Oh, that stinks. Oh well. Let's hop out the plane. Oh, does that stink? And there you go, folks. A nice looking caravan sitting in Boise. Well, crud. All right. Well, for now, let's go ahead, disconnect from VATSIM. And we're going to go ahead and review the flight since I don't have a flight. Are you flying Zibo or are you flying the default 737? And there's a reason I ask. Okay, I do not believe the default has cabin lights for the cabin. For the cockpit, you'll have light switches on the pedestal, right below your flight instruments on the main panel, and in the middle of the overhead. Those are the only ones you have. And that's if they all work. I fly a Zibo version, a free mod from Zibo that uses the default 737. If you've ever seen or heard or watched or flown the PMDG 737, it's equal to it. And it's free, if I didn't mention that. All right, so let's talk how we did on this approach. Approach-wise, pretty sucky. Landing-wise, you know, that wasn't too bad. 215 feet a minute. Even though the loose nut behind the wheel forgot to start his ACARS program, it's not bad. So in Sim Toolkit, this, folks, is a free utility. Not only do streamers use it, regular pilots can, because you can actually set up flights in here, look for flights, and in this case, from the logbook, click the last flight, click view detail, any flight, not just the last one, but any one. When you view details, you get this page. And then you can view a full landing report. It's going to give you more information than this. Oh, I'm already loving my landing right now, folks. All right. So basically it's saying we landed on 10 left. Hey, we hit the right runway. 2, we had 10,000 feet of runway. Okay. Obviously a Caravan doesn't need that much. Here's the legal landing line. That's your threshold, folks, where the blue dot is. Anywhere from that point, see how well they show up here. I'm not seeing the hashes. Okay. Since the hash marks aren't there, it's hard to show you the landing zone. It's usually about 2,000 to 3,000 feet. 3,000, most 10,000 foot runways. The hash marks you're looking for are here. That would be a precision runway. So every one of these are 500 foot apart. In our case, both runways, there's the aiming point for the right runway. Here's the aiming point for the left runway. That's the visual cue you're looking at. That's where you're aiming to touch down. Big pads on the runway. Not if it's less than 100 feet, they may be altered, but that's where you're aiming for. And we succeeded. It's about 1,000 feet down the runway where they start, and we were only 4 feet off the center line, folks. I'm very pleased with that part of the landing. I wouldn't know this in the airplane. It's not going to tell me the feet per minute. Nice utility programs like this will, but not in the airplane will it tell me. I'll know it by the way it felt. And we landed at 76 feet a minute. So folks, all in all, great landing. Just that loose nut behind the wheel screwed it all up by not starting the ACARS program. Dag nabbit. So with that in mind, dang it. Sorry, FedEx, I'm going to have to jump seat. Jump seat. K. That's not too bad. All right, so what we're going to do right now, folks, we're going to run some music. Can't find a strobe light switch. Okay, as you look on your overhead panel, look for, I believe it's the position switch. Down is just steady. Up is steady plus strobes. I think it's the second of a row of 5. Far right-hand side of the upper hand panel, lower part of it. If you move the switch up, you turn your strobes on. Folks, we're going to take a break. We're going to, oh, you know what? Let's do this. Let's go ahead, see if we can't do a replay. Is it going to clean up the plane? No. Okay, stand by. Toggle off. Close. Okay, everything's green. Now let's replay. Okay, here we go. All right, on this scenery we didn't touch there, but all right, let's go back a little ways. It looks like a good approach here from the end of the runway. All right, folks. Well, all right. Oh, we're going to get swallowed up by a 737. Oh, well. Gotta love it. All right. So, all right. Well, what we're going to do, put ourselves right back over here and almost to Naples. Well, good. You got a long way to go and a short time to get there. All right, folks, we are going to reset for X-Plane12. So bear with me here a second as we take a break and set up for a new flight. All right, folks, we are back, and as you can see, X-Plane12 is booting up. Looking good so far. Let's put GEs on it, take the winglets off, and now you got a FedEx plane. Okay, throttles are working. That's good. All right, let's get up here, power up real quick. All right, well, welcome back, Mark LDS. We are giving it a try yet one more time. All right. All the screens came up. Everything's where it should be. And let me just get some lighting set up here, just in the outside chance that we need it. Okay, those are set, and all right. And I know we were 3024, so we'll get that in here for now. All right, let me boot up Sim Toolkit. And again, we got a wind pretty much right down to runway. Let me show that off here real quick. See how it's coming straight down the runway there. Let me go up here. All right. Load out for this flight, folks, real quick. 3 persons aboard, 92,900 pounds of cargo, well, and people. 290,900 for the zero fuel, gross weight of 334.42. Should be a fun flight. Crossed index of 185 and 35,000. All right. So again, you can see Denver's up. I haven't brought us up yet online with VATSIM. Get to that later. And hopefully this time, yours truly doesn't forget to set the ACARS program in motion. It happens, folks. It does. All right, so here we are. We're powered up. ACARS loaded. Let's start getting that cargo into the plane, shall we? First thing I want to look at is sounds. Okay, So what we're going to do, let's go outside first. And I'm going to flip this around to not take up so much of our screen. All right, so as you can see, we have the staircase. Uh-oh. So I'll let you know when we're idling with both engines, if there's a difference on the N1 power. Okay, I'll let you know. Let's go to ops. Okay, for ground, we've got the stairs. Let's throw the chocks under for safety. Get the fuel truck out here. I do want a fuel. ACU is the air conditioning, the loading units right here, the staircase, external power, and the loading units, and then you get these neat little truck behind it. Loading this plane, folks, is not as straightforward as it sounds, okay? Let me show you. Let me go to 0 weight here. Oh, wow, our Mac is already screwed up. All right, and we're going to go ahead and go 0 here. And our Mac is still red. Oh, boy. That's not boding well, folks. Let me quickly bounce back into cockpit. Sorry, I want to make sure something's not going on. Nope, okay. All right, so what we're going to do, let's go first over to the airplane. Left front, let's just open all doors. Easiest thing to do there, folks. On the cargo plane, it's easy. Airliner, you may not want to do that because you may not want all the doors along the side of the fuselage to come up. All right, so we'll go back to ops. Okay, so we're putting on pallets. Now, we need 90,000 pounds or, hang on, let me get this pulled up here. Oh, I still got Sim Toolkit in front of us. Doggone it. Sorry, folks. There we go. Real quick, staircase, loader, ACU, fuel truck, ground power, and your 2 LSUs. So LSU is the loader units, ACU air conditioner, and then the rest makes sense. All right. So currently we have a 0 fuel weight of 198. Okay, not a problem. We're wanting to go to 290. So what I always do is put 290, 900. That's our 0 fuel weight we want to get to, minus our empty weight right now, 19800. 0 equals 92,900. Divide that by 9,800. Each pallet you put on. Oh, where'd 4 come from? There we go. Each pallet you put on, folks, let's put 1 pallet in there just so you can see this. Oh, not 11, 1. Brought us up 9,800 pounds. So a lot of people, when they first get this plane, think, okay, I'm going to put 15 pallets on here at 3,000 pounds apiece. No, it's already set up to where each pallet is 9,800 pounds. So we are going to be putting on 9 pallets. Okay, now this is where the fun part begins. So we go back to 290, 900, minus now the new 0 fuel weight, 286, 200. 4,700. That's what I put into cargo here. I treat it like bulk weight. Hello, computer. That didn't go like it was supposed to. What the heck? 4, 7. There we go. Enter. Now, you can see we are at 290, 900. That's the zero fuel weight we're striving for. Okay. So we're hitting it right there. Let me make sure I've got this opened up. All right. So we have the airplane ready to load. And by load, I mean we click this button here. But let's first click maintenance. Maintenance has been successfully performed. And then optimize. Then we're going to load. Making sure. Oh, we're starting to see. Let's go back down. Thank you. You're going to see me checking those two because this and this one were fully deployed. We couldn't get them down. All right, so while the plane's loading. Oh, dang it. Forgot to put our fuel weight in. Oh well, get that in a second. Dang it. All right, so let's continue on with what we can do because we're going to be slowed up here. All right, maintenance, better push back. Okay, I'm not going to worry about that yet. Gate chocks fuel once we're loaded. Okay, so we've got the battery, we've got the standby power, the wipers are off. External power established and on the bus. Both bus ties on, utility bus on, gen connects on. Emergency lights are right here. They're armed. And got in a hurry. Dang it. The good thing is I'm seeing a good MAC number here. That makes me feel better. Let's wait and see what happens when we throw fuel in it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, it's bringing it down to 30. Hopefully we don't unload when I do the retouch. Dang it. Forgot to put the fuel in. All right, well, we'll continue on, so we'll be ready to go elsewise. We're not going to touch the FMC yet, so we'll move over. Left and right yaw dampers, we'll keep those off for now. C2, C1 on. Till we're loaded, keep these off so they don't get too hot down there. Everything else looks good. Coming down the middle, got our passenger signs on even though we're cargo folks. It's just so that unruly cargo in the back stays in their seats. And Oklahoma City is 1296. Okay, we're on one, we're on one. Okay, so we're done loading. I may have to do this a second time. All right, so Okay, everything is set. Air, on. Okay, good. All right. We need 43,142. I think we did it fine. I think it's still loading. Let's make sure oh, good. The gas is going up. Good. All right. Once we're gassed up, then we'll proceed on, folks. Yeah, we'll leave that. Okay, I'm just curious. All right. Let's see who's following us. Thank you, Fox. McStabby, welcome aboard. Thanks for flying with Mike. And yes, this is X-Plane12. And I'm going to make that change now. All right, so hopefully it's showing up now as X-Plane12. But thanks for following. We appreciate you and really glad you came aboard. We look forward to you on Friday when we fly from Salt Lake City to Denver. Possibility of another flight out of Denver. We'll be flying for Piedmont Virtual in a 727 back on X-Plane11. Unless someone tells me they've updated FlyJ Sims. I don't think they have. Then we'll jump aboard on X-Plane12 and see how the 727 operates. All right, well, we're going to go ahead, start aligning the IRS while we're fueling. So we're just waiting. Okay, the on DC is a good check here. Just let you know you've got navigations coordinates should your generators, both engines and APU go. Don't know for how long till your batteries die, but at least it works on battery. Now, I put it in HDG, so it tells me I have 7 minutes to go to align. Now, I've done my entire upper cockpit flow. Correction. Missed 2 switches. Sorry, folks. Okay, we're getting close to full on gas, too, so hang on. 43,142. All right, so let's press on down. Go back out to here. Oh, yeah, I forgot I got to do that still. Okay, head then and get this one down here. Amazing how much the cargo talks back there, folks. Be careful when you're flying them here. They're going to be talking behind your back. I think it just loaded. That or it heard me and they shut up real quick. Just kidding. Oh, I thought it did. For some reason, I thought that one still did that. Okay, so there we go. In case I need them. All right. Let's pop back up there. Okay, we are loaded. And the way you can tell, the fuel will reach your number, 43,142, or in this case, 43.1. Just get rid of the last 2 numbers. Okay, let's go ahead and brighten that up a little. Click FMC. Yeah, I forgot to do that again. Doggone it. All right. Hopefully it won't be a problem. 114,000 kilos, 72,000 kilos of cargo. Wow. Yeah, well, I would expect that on a flight that long from Osaka. That is awesome, dude. Oh, jealous, jealous, jealous here. Oh, that would be so much fun to ride the 777, to fly it, ride it, anything. KOKC City. FDX 811. Like I said, folks, because of the last flight, I am going to be checking that more times than you can imagine. I do like one thing here about the flight factor. We really haven't gotten it off the ground yet, but one thing I really do like, the FMC seems to be bigger. So for old farts like myself, I really like that. Young bucks are probably, oh, that's just too much of my screen con. Well, then play down there. I don't care. All right, so flight-wise. ROARR MLD Oh, good. We're just simply flying VOR to VORs to VORs. Okay, that one's not going to work. That one could work. Nope, it's east. That one's the one I'll bet. We're going to check work. But I'm betting money says that's the one. One too far. All right, 42 north. 112 west, and the freak is 117.4. I was correct. That one. Next up, CHE. Here we go again. Guessing game. All right, 15.6. Okay, I'm laying odds on this one. North 40, west 107. 1560, sold to number 3. LBL. We're going to have another one. That's the best of course we are. I'm guessing this one, but let's make sure, folks. Doesn't take much. All right, so north 36, west 101. Close enough. 1230 on the dial. Boom. I think that's it. Then we go. Oh, nope. We have rolls. ROLLS. Activate. Execute. Okay, go back to route. Hang on. Let's punch up here and see how much longer we have. 3 minutes. We have up here. Entry door. Well, we also have cargo doors open. Come on. Actually, while we wait, let's go ahead and start buttoning it up. Okay, so we're fueled. Got our bags. Got our cargo. So we're good there. We can close that door, that door, that door, and that door. Leaving us with just the entry door and the stair truck. Looks good to me. All right. Okay, our departure. Are we looking at flying a departure or not? Hang on. mean, we could fly the Boise 3, but it looks like it's just straight out, so... Just take a look at it here real quick. So, that's what I wanted. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, it's just straight out 098 and then onto our... We'll go ahead, drop it in. It's got a top altitude on it, 16,000, which will keep climbing. So why don't we go 10 left, Boise 3, execute. Legs. Straight out on 98 vectors to roar. Okay. For some reason I got that all turned around in my head. Doesn't take much, folks. Alright, and the plane back in here so we can all see where we're going. Runway 10 left, Boy 3 departure. Alright. Works for me. How much longer? To the top. Uno minute. And we'll know everything will look like they should. There'll be an artificial horizon above, and the nav data will have maybe arcs, but we'll have more data. And then we'll do the performance data and go from there. All right. Meanwhile, I am going to pull up some information here. I think we're planning out at 1925. Okay. Payload. 290900. No. About 90. I went a little overboard there, folks. 1,000 here. And our route. What I'm doing is using professional flight planner folks here to set up a quick flight. Runway 10 left. We'll go Boise 3. 17 left off Camelot. All right, and then save. Alternate date FW. And you know what? I don't know if we have a direct flight plan there or not. Oh, we do have a flight plan. The Muddy 3 to the Victory 2. And we're going to plan down there 18 right. No, we're not going on that one. I said Victory. All right, and put that in. Compute. Okay, and let's put in 15-minute hold. Okay. Takeoff data. Here we go. Don't need anti-ice. 10 miles clear. 3024. Okay, calculating. So we'll get the landing while we're here. Go ahead and turn the anti-ice. There's possibility of rain. Okay, all of that, folks, took... Whoa, why am I not aligned? You're a dummy. That loose nut behind the wheel keeps causing trouble, folks. Forgot to turn things to nav. There we go. Go ahead and punch these up a little bit. All right, there we go. Now we're set and ready to try this out. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick cross check of our fixes. That's what I wanted to do before we go in and set up. Go to legs. Uh-oh, something's not... Okay, that's because of vectors. Okay. See, this is what you're looking for. See, they don't connect. So, why? That's what we're answering here. Why the disconnect here? There's no discontinuity, but they're not connected. So we know we got to click roar into this to get going. Okay, keep going with the steps. And yes, it's going to throw you off the whole way until you get there. And I don't have the arrival in there yet, folks. Guess I could. Index, arrival, Camet 1, I believe. Don't want to go with I believe, because that's how I believe I will crash in it. Whoa. Oh, that's right. We're off. Rolls 117. And we're off on RNEC, so I don't even know if I want to... Yeah, I might as well. What the heck? Let's go to AirTech. What's the other one? IFI. Where is IFI? And that could be an old one. We'll go with AirRec. That one. Execute legs. Cool. All right, so we're good. I got to make a note. Change that. Hang on. Okay, got to update the RNAC on this plane. Got to remember to do that on the next flight. Okay, so let's come out of this. Previous page. All right, so let's go to perf int. Fuel 43.1 looks good. Oh, that's never good. It was supposed to send it. Hang on a second. Why didn't it send it? Oh, that's why. Okay, fine. was our number? Bear with me a second here, folks. I'm going to go ahead and bring in what I'm working on here is TopCat. It's a complementary program to Professional Flight Planner. And we need to get the zero fuel to 290. So I need 700 more pounds. 84. Zero. And all I do is just make it match. Okay, so 290.00, 41 we're supposed to be at. That's close enough for the government, but I like to try to be dead on. So it's 43,142. And everything else is good. All right, so we'll go to takeoff. This is what I use it for. The only thing to using this program is you got to set up your fleet. So whatever you're flying, use that tail number. You can find it all the time. Professional Flight Planner. You can set the whole flight up. With Microsoft products, you can send the flight plan to it. I don't know about X-Plane. I don't see any way to link X-Plane to it. But the data's good. That's all we're wanting is the data. Oh, you're over Cuba. Awesome. Welcome in, Cougar Crafty. Sorry, Jaguar Crafty. They're both cats. One's probably bigger than the other. All right, so we're going out on 10 left. Let's do an update for the winds. And we got 140 at 7, 24 degrees, 1024, which is 3023. So we're going to take off with the air conditioner on. The takeoff weight does not seem right. 33042. Okay. Takeoff. Compute. 50 degrees, not bad. 149, 152, 157. Takeoff, okay. Now, zero fuel weight, 295. Where'd I gain weight? Put a 290.9. Okay, our reserve was, I believe, 13.2. Okay. And what I do, folks, I figure it up off my FAR reserve of 45 minutes plus the fuel to get to my alternate. Got to be able to do both. Got to have the legal 45 minutes at the end of the flight, and I got to make my alternate. If I don't have the fuel to do that, we got a problem. Okay, cruise altitude 35,000. Cost index 185. Winds were pretty light, I know that. 001 at 9. We'll do 2,000 feet step climbs. So what that means is as the plane lightens up at 35,000 feet, when it reaches the number that it can reach 37,000 optimally, it'll put a little message on your nav display, SC, Sierra Charlie, and then you can set your altimeter, and I think you push the button to go up or you initiate the climb. So takeoff. I'll go ahead and put the CG in and go to the next page. Runway is 140 at 7. Referencing 24 degrees. I'm sorry, outside air temperature. Then we'll go next page. All right, looking at Top Cat here, if I do 50 degrees, folks, it's going to leave me 7 feet of runway at the end. I'm going to try it. Let's see if it really does it. That'll be flaps 5. Let's see what the select speeds come up at if they're close. 140, 150. They're not bad, folks. We'll do 149 for V1. 152. They weren't far off, folks, at all. And 157. Not bad at all. There's what Top Cat came up with. That's what came up from this information. 338.4. Different gross weight, too. It's 5,000 pounds more. Go figure. All right. And then, while I'm here, I'm going to set this to 167. I do V2 plus 10 for my climbs, folks. And, hang on, let me just put it in the ballpark for the runway. I think it's 102. 16,000 over here. And we're done with that. And let's go ahead. We'll go ahead and get rid of this. And we'll turn Top Cat off. All right, folks, final parts of the checklist now we're doing. Namely, let's fire up the APU. After we turn some fuel pumps on. Actually, I'm only going to turn to forward. I think it's that one that would turn on anyway. Okay. Yes, I am a Christian, sir. Jaguar Crafty, yes, sir, I am. Right, I know what I wanted to do. Awesome. There's a profile out there for it? Oh, I'm going to have to look for that. That's awesome, because I don't have that right now. I will definitely scour to find that for Top Cat and Professional Flight Planner. And to answer your question, Jaguar, I am currently Baptist, but was baptized into the Methodist faith. And Papua New Guinea, DB Vetter, welcome aboard. Okay, so we're up and running. Let's go ahead, pop the generator on. Go ahead. Get the bleed on. Got everything set? Yep. All right. Close that little case up. I feel like I'm forgetting some, folks, so bear with me a second. Oh, I guess I got everything, except one thing that I'm making sure I turn on this time. All right, well, we now have the 8 cars program. That's what I use, is the LDS 76 and modified a suit flight factor. Yeah, that's what I've done, but if I can find a flight factor, that makes it even better, because I came up 5,000 pounds off again. So, and that may just be a quirk, I don't know. As long as I catch it, I know I'm good. All right, folks, we are up and running. I run with Satec X52s, flight stick, and throttle HOTAS system like for a fighter. Hawker 125 keeps poking at me to get flight rudders, and I'm sure that would just screw the you-know-what out of me. Because I've been for 20 plus years using this system. Okay, I think everything's ready to go. APU's up and running. All right, let's close up that door and get ready to go, folks. Oh, I know one thing I haven't done. It won't prevent me from closing the plane up. All doors closed, and we'll do a check. Yeah, I do have the chocks. Good. Just in case. All right, I haven't got a flight plan up to VATSIM yet. All right, and that's going. You did something wrong. You're pulling GS equals S in an airliner. Huh. Can always disconnect the autopilot, level the plane up, re-engage. Oh, we got aircraft here. Oh, well, maybe. Let's refresh the screen. Oh, a little too far in. All right, let's see if there's people here. Cool. SkyWest down there, GAE over there, looking good. I'm gonna pull the chop. Well, actually, let's get better pushback here.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Not sure if this is the proper...
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
All right, that's fine. It worked just... Oh, magnificent. They're in front of the plane. Let's pull the chocks. Beacon. Final checks. Okay, better push back round. Left and right pack tow vehicle. Parking brake set. Okay. Packs off. Beacons on. We're ready to
Okay,
go.
all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Clear to connect. Well, there goes SkyWest right there. Well, let's see if my key assignments work.
So connected and bypassed and inserted. Release parking brake.
As soon as I fix something here, just noticed it. Okay, brakes
Starting
off.
for spec, and you may start engines.
All right, Mark, we're getting ready to fire them up, so let's go ahead and kick over. Let's see. Yesterday we did, we'll do one today. Okay. What we're doing again, folks, we're building up to N2 in the purple line here, then we hit the fuel. That went way quick. Wow. Holy crud. That was fast. And they're down. Okay. I'm in a 767. But if you look on the overhead panel over here, there's a position. I think it goes logo, then position. That's a 3-position switch. Down is just for your wing lights. Up is your wing lights plus strobe. So it'll go down just to turn those on. Middle is off. Up if it works for all of them, for the strobes and the position light. Wow, that came alive quick. Here we go. And it is building quickly. That's a little better.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
That engine's a little better. Oh, parking brake. Brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
It's not even close to X-Plane11 speed. Or LDS. N1. Oh, you wanted N1. Hang on a second. I'm showing them equal. EGT's off by a degree. Up, they just leveled up. N2s are even. Fuel is even. Oil. Well, that's temperatures are a little off, but that could only be because this one was running a couple minutes earlier.
So it's disconnected and bypassed and has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
And thanks for pushing back flying with Mike. Wow, that really built up quick. Oh, man. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm going to see him. Okay, there it is. All right, there he is. And just like yesterday, folks, I forgot that won't do what I want. We'll hit him with a light to let him know we're good to go. We'll go ahead and turn the wing lights on now. All right, let's finish up the start, shall we? Okay, so Where are we here? Fuel, good. Okay, so parking brake set, tow trucks away. Let's get up top here, get the hydraulics going. For left, right. Okay, we got the position back up here. Next up, anti-ice. No anti-ice out of here. It's a possibility we'll use it into Oklahoma City. There are thunderstorms nearby, that's why. Left and right packs on. Leads on. And APU bleed off, which I know you don't technically have to do, but they tell you to do it here. Okay, and off. And off. Hopefully they're on. We'll find out. All right, folks, we are raring and ready to go. 56 minutes since we started this up. I'm going to go ahead and reset. All set to go up here. Okay, before taxi. Auto brakes, RTN. And taxi lights on. We've got our light directors on. MCP 167-102 for the heading. And almost to Haiti. Awesome. 16,000 for our initial climb to 35. Oh, I didn't look for state trim. What did it come up with? That looks a lot better. $4.5. Not the greatest, but it's better than what we had in the other one. 0.1 or something like that it was yesterday. And the good thing is, look at that. They're both working. Flaps 5. EFIS panel set to 200. Here, let me move up. He says cautiously. Oh, that's as high as it goes. Okay, range, modes off. Terrain's off, weather's off. Go ahead and put data on. Then we'll come down here, turn the weather radar just to weather. And we'll check the flight controls. All right, to the left, to the right, centered, left, centered, right, centered, forward, centered, aft, centered, down, centered, up, centered. Rudder to the left, centered, rudder to the right, centered. Okay, brake temperatures look good, and folks, we are ready to taxi. Boise traffic, FedEx 811 heavy, type 767, taxi to 10 left. Brakes off. I haven't really dived in yet to see what all I can update to here, other than what you see. I've updated the A-cams here, E-cams, but I haven't really dived in to see what all I can do. But I have heard there is an updated package. If this works, I may put the 757 in here too. Holding off on the 777 as much as I want that plane, because I hear version 2 is coming. And I'm willing to wait. Oh, you know what? I forgot to turn my fuel pumps on. I better get up there before they turn off. Okay. And the altitude disagree. We just need to do that and there. You know what's nice though, folks? If you remember coming in the caravan, we almost got, well, we did get taken out by one of the catering trucks. And I told you the difference between X-Plane12 and 11, they put drivers in the seat. Hopefully they behave better. To me, though, the best version 2 would be to let me fly the real plane, but I don't know why Boeing won't let me. I stayed in a Holiday Inn Express last night. If you don't see the Holiday Inn Express commercials, it's hard to understand, but basically people are like brain surgeons and this. I ought to do that, man. I could be a captain. I stayed in a Holiday Inn Express last night. No, I do not stream on Discord, just Twitch right now. The only other platform I may start streaming on is YouTube. So try to keep things simple, but we do have a Discord channel, so you're more than welcome to join. It's come up a couple times in case you missed it. That one I want to see. Oh, I do have Discord, and I do every now and then stream. I mean, I'll go live on it, but beyond that, that's it. I don't have Nitro. All right, who said we could have traffic here? I ordered no traffic one. Oops. Oh man, this place all of a sudden got busy. Got one waiting, one inbound, and one rolling. Holy mackerel. Hey guys, this is Boise, not Salt Lake. Why? Why? That's awesome. Love seeing them all. Yeah, I do though, Mark. The 787 is something I want to look at. And of course the 777. That one I'm waiting for. And I'm also waiting for Fearless to get that 747 updated. That was awesome. Well, somehow I don't think Batavia Air would be here, but you know, it is what it is. Boise traffic, FedEx 811 heavy, lining up and waiting, 10 left. Oh, I keep doing that. I gotta have to change that, I think. I think I said that yesterday, folks, and changed it. Now I don't remember. All right, let me get those strobes on. Again, if performance numbers are in here correctly, 7 feet of runway, we should eat every bit of this 10,000 feet up. And folks, I've seen this before in real life. It's scary. Okay, brakes are set. It is truly... Since it looks like QXE is waiting, we'll get the lights on, we're rolling. Boise traffic, FedEx 811 heavy, rolling 10 left. Oh my, she's throttling up like a heavy bird. Oh, I need to go toga. Oh, she is a little bit on the... We'll see. It's 10,000 feet of runway ahead of me, folks, and we're getting speed pretty quick, so I think we're going to be airborne with no problem. I'll explain the one time where I saw an airplane eat up a 10,000 foot runway. It scared the living crap out of me. Okay, anytime now. V1, come on. V1. Rotate. Okay, we're going to have more than 7 feet,
Caution,
but...
terrain. Caution, terrain.
That was an over-rotate. Gear up. Alright, let's go ahead, get LNAV on. Actually, let's not. Let's go heading select. Get back on course here. Alright, hey, whoa. I have weather, what? I have terrain on. How do I have terrain on? I did not push the button. Try weather here though. Alright, so well, this ain't working out like I was hoping. There she goes, nosed over finally. Climb 2. Direct roar. Flaps 5 or 1. Forgot I was at flaps 5. And let's go flaps up. Alright, so we're just about right after takeoff. Flaps up, external lights go off at 10,000, and we're on our way, folks. On a 3-hour cruise. Alright, let's go ahead and turn data restraints off. Not sure I like weather radar. Still not liking the weather, I don't think. All right, well, we'll leave it there. At least it went away. No, I did not see that there, Jaguar. And 10,000 feet means the lights come off. All right, let's see. Well, folks, I kind of like this scenery. Little John Denver there, huh? Plumes, I'm not sure I like. But overall, so far, plane's doing pretty good. Good scenery in X-Plane12. Whoa, you linked up. Wow. That is awesome. I'll have to look into that. I know I got Kaitak up and running because we did a nice stream on that with the 707. Kind of not liking. I think the mountains look better in X-Plane12 right, or 11 right now. Guess I've been going back and forth too much here, and I can't really remember what Innsbruck looks like when I flew the C90 out of there. All the V states work great. I'm getting tempted. To me, I like Hillsong. Okay, English is my second language now. Hillsong is one of my favorite Christian groups. I guess that looks good. Maybe it's just been a while since I've been in the mountains with X-Plane12 to get a good. So, but it looks good, folks. Flight Factor 767 is finally flying an X-Plane12 for Flying with Mike. So far, so good. Knock on the old noggin there. And hopefully we'll have a good flight into Oklahoma City with it. As 16,000 just got reached. Let's take her on up. See if I get lucky. Nope, I won't. Forgot I had her set at 30 at 16. Alright, here we go. Ooh, I'll have to be watching for that. Ortho. I'm always scared to put ortho in here thinking it's going to bog down my machine, even though it's a fairly good sized rig with plenty of memory, but I'm one of those that's always nervous because I ran into a lot of troubles in the past where it just would never, I could never run maxed out. And right now I can't run maxed out in X-Plane12. But and stream at the same time. Let me put it that way. But the caveat, I haven't tried it off stream. Alright, so we're at climb 1. Let's get the engines up here, not the status page. 104s, keep up with it if we can. 35 climbing, pretty good rate. Alright, so we're going to be rolling this back to 2992 here in a second. What? I want to do this. It's going to wait. The PB looks good. PBR looking good on it. Let's go ahead, dial it back. 2992. The altitude disagree here, folks. That is because it doesn't match here. So all we do is click that little set screw at the top and they both read the same now. So you like corn? Cool. I live in the state where a lot of corn comes from. Okay, so wing lights off. Very cool. Nope. Sorry, don't know the corn song. not sure who the corn kid is either, so call me sheltered. Okay, so everything's looking good. We're climbing at 40, everything's looking good. Radar. All your scenery, two external SSD drives. Well, I've got a total of 2 terabytes on the 2 drives in my computer. So I'm going to look at putting in some more, though. I just haven't decided where yet. I do definitely have to do the St. Louis area where I'm from, but the mountainous areas is where I think I really... Oh, come on, airplane. There we go. I will watch it, and I'm very close to being a boomer. I'm right at where the boomers became Generation X. I think that's how that worked. So right on the either way it can go. Terabyte. Jeez. You must have like a Mark, you must have a server with just SSDs lined up in it. That is just too cool, though, that, man, I got 2 terabytes, so I can do some, but I don't want to... My last computer ran out of memory, so that's why I'm real cautious here. So I'm just going to put in the stuff that I really want and fly a lot into. Oh wow, I did not know. Man, if I didn't know it, this looks like X-Plane12. No, it's X-Plane12. Yep, that's how they farm out in the Midwest, and not the Midwest, but the High Plains area, the Rocky Mountains and all. Fire away with your question there, Jaguar. Those are irrigation circles. Oh, that's why. I'm going, shouldn't I be in like Denver's airspace by now? Very simple theory. It's the same theory that the C5 uses to fly with. You put enough thrust behind a brick, it will fly. Oh, there's not a big difference. Okay. Yeah, C5 Galaxy. If you put enough thrust behind a brick, it will fly. That's the theory behind how big planes fly. Tongue in cheek, of course. But it is very big engines, very fuel efficient engines in the 777, but a lot of power comes out of them. I heard that from a C5 pilot once. You put enough power behind a brick, it will fly, and that's how the C5 flies. Yeah, same thing. Just two very big engines and a very well thought out and designed airframe can put anything that size in the air. Got Gen X on yours. Ooh. Now, okay, so they're beginning to refit the engines on the existing 200s out there, or is that a new version coming out? Or were they always Gen X's? Now, I never really paid attention. Now I'm going to have to go look. Dang it. And Jaguar, I can tell you another neat thing about 777s. You can stand in the intake of the engine. It's that big. They haul it from Seattle, or sorry, from Cincinnati to Seattle on trucks, and they are 13 feet tall. So they have to have height permits on our interstates here in the United States. Matter of fact, when we were going through the buildup for the after 9/11, 2 777s came in for United, and I wasn't on duty to get to do this, but several people on the airport stood in the engine intakes. They are massive. I would have loved to have seen it. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's an amazing... The 777, it's a shame they're beginning to phase them out. Oh, what a plane. I mean, granted, it's not like my near dear favorite plane, the 747, but boy, what it can do is amazing. That 777. All right, so we're through 33,000. We're in climb now for thrust, and we're going to be leveling off here soon. And this I've always hated about, I think even LDS did this to me all the time, making me think they're on when they're off, just by the way they're angled. Okay, oh, let's go to TARA. Oh, we're not on traffic. All right, folks, so there you go. We are leveling off, well, in 900 feet. Officially in Haiti. Awesome. Oh, what's this warning? Oh, altitude alert. Okay. Any warnings up here? Nope. Pressurization looks good. Engines are balanced out good enough, and Alright, so we are now an hour and 40 minutes or so out of Oklahoma City. In cruise. Yeah, you were saying that yesterday. Wow, 32. That's going to put you up there in contention with the FedEx group, because I think they have one of the biggest fleets of 777s. That's awesome. Well, they're slowly phasing out from the airline, so they're going to be going to cargo like the 747s did. Alright, the final crossing here in the Rockies, and then we'll be out in the Great Plains. Can't remember, do we fly right over Denver, or do we... No, we're just south of it, okay. Yeah, that's why Jaguar, I try to fly with the FMS as much as possible. Usually, put that in big quotes around it, it doesn't disengage, but oh, there's two more coming. They just won't be in well, they'll be in commercial service, sort of, kind of, maybe. They're military. For Air Force One and the backup. Unless that is the last two that came out. The Doomsday 747s. But yeah, I wish they would have made that the 777. Would have been neat, the 777X, but I know some of the features they like of the 747 and why they took it. So, but it just would have been neat to see it in the 777. Well, Jaguar, we're trying to get more viewers, but, you know, we do the best we can, but my main goal is two things: getting people up and flying, and Mark LDS has us all beat, getting to fly the real stuff. And two, just getting up and flying, and I just am out here to have fun. At the same time, try and pass on a little bit of knowledge that I have acquired over the many years of being around aviation, especially in the fire side of the house of aviation fire. So I'm the one people don't want to see when you're landing. Crash trucks sitting on the side of the runways. Oh, jealous, jealous, jealous there, Mark. Oh. Yep, that is awesome. That's a huge accomplishment to be type rated in those. Man. Awesome job. Yeah, my dad flew for the airlines Allegheny and the Dash 8s, and he loved it. Then he went to Good Afternoon, Iowa Scotsman. Welcome. We got the X-Plane12 Flight Factor 767 in the air. But he flew Dash 8s, and then when he retired at age 60, he really had it rough flying Learjets. Yeah, Mr. Scotsman, yes, we are X-Plane12, Flight Factor 767. We got it to work today. Took downloading the new X updater that's out there, reinstalling it through it, did a fresh and the beta, and the problems we had yesterday just melted away, and she's doing a great job. Well, I'm 57, and I'm glad, and they do have the age lifted here, so I think it's 65 now here in the States. You have to retire. I don't know. I haven't kept up with it too much. I just know at 57 there isn't going to be many airlines that want to hire me. They can't get their bang for their buck back out of me. But I can sit on the side of the runway and do my job should it ever have to happen. And see, the airlines allow you to fly on the flight sim there, Jaguar, at that age. What now? Hang on a second. What my mod? Oh, yep. The boss always takes priority. And I'm gonna have to take a break too. Hang on, we got a contractor in the basement, and I'm not sure what he's putting on the walls as he's finishing up doing it. But I'll be right back. Alright folks, I'm back. Sorry for that. Just... Oh, contractors doing painting in the basement. Boy, that stuff's really kicking up here. That's okay. The end product is what I got to keep my mind set on. Feel the same way there, DB Vetter. About being 15 seems like 1,000 years ago. Yes, sir. Well, I know we're south of Denver now. I don't see any signs of more Rocky Mountains. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, wow. We got a ways to go. My bad. Just passing to Salt Lake. I don't know if we'll see it now behind us or not. Nope. Unless that's it over there. Sun is just making it hard. All right, so everything's looking good. Cruise. Sure, no error messages. Switch into program. Progress. Looking good on fuel burn right now. Okay, well folks, we're gonna ease on down here. We're gonna kick on some music and just kind of ease our way over to Oklahoma City. Oh, dear processor. There's a nice job. Oh, great job. Hillsong. Like that group a lot. Captain Kitten, welcome in. Hope you are having a great hump day. It is Wednesday. We're over the hump, moving towards the weekend. Again, thanks for following. Look forward to seeing you on upcoming runs. Friday's run is going to be Salt Lake to Denver at a minimum, and maybe go from there a little further. No, everyone's kind of gravitated over to MustFuss or Microsoft 2020. I understand. I mean, the eye candy is undeniably outstanding, but I'm still not 100% sold on the flight dynamics. Although, caveat here, last week or the week before when the hurricane was coming through Florida, watched a couple streams where they streamed leaving or in the weather. The latest update to MustFuss, wow, the weather machine is really good over their default. Now I know they've updated it here. I just can't seem to ever get into any weather now to see if that's any better. I'm hoping to do the cross the pond too, but not 100% sure I'm off that day. I think I got a 24-hour shift I'm working. Now, the clouds in X-Plane, kind of in the same camp you are, Captain Kitten. I really like them from the ground up. From flight level down, that's where my problem is. You know, maybe that's what I've been trying to figure the words to say what I don't like about the clouds, the scale. Sorry about that. The clouds I like from the ground looking up to them, but from flight level down, that's where I don't like it. And I might have to use that word. The scale doesn't look right. Been trying to figure out that word. That just, I can't describe it. I'm kind of hoping, and I don't think it's going to happen, but hopefully Active Sky might revisit X-Plane. I've heard about X Enviro. I will, I'm going to look into it. Oh, it's X-Plane11 only. Okay. Well, I'll keep an eyeball out on that one. Oh. Well, you know, I'll get used to it. No, I'm just going to kind of sit back and try and get used to X-Plane12, get my fleet back up and running in it. It's going to take time. I know that. Just like getting it to X-Plane12 without a beta behind it, or at a beta update, whatever it's called. That's when I plan to start loading it up, is once we get out of beta. Yes, sir, Jaguar. Still here. Puerto Rico is in front of you. Where you've been in the world there, Mark, I'm pretty sure your sceneries and environment experiences are definitely coming from someone right in the middle of it. Okay, will do. Jaguar, am from the St. Louis area here in the States, Missouri. Actually on the Illinois side, but still. Yeah. Oh, nice. Nice to hear from Norway. You have a great night there, Captain Kitten. We'll chat with you later. I've been been to Maxwell Air Force Base as a kid. 4th grade, if I remember right. Oh, I did not like that. But Charleston is where we went next with my dad in the Air Force, and that was a really nice assignment. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of Maxwell. Might have changed in the 30, 40, 50 plus years since being there. Oh. When I was there at Maxwell Air Force Base, the Caribou was the main aircraft assigned there. Dash 5, I think it is. Canada, I forget what the numbers were, but weird looking plane. I will let you know on that, Mark. 500 feet with the 130s. That is awesome. Yeah, C-130s are an awesome plane, but yeah, I'll let you know, Mark, on that. Yeah, I just have to get comfortable with X-Plane12 before I start loading it down big time. Oh, we have them fly over the airport that I work at. Well, I'm right next to Scott Air Force Base, so oh yeah, they're down and getting it. So hang on a second, folks. Be right back. Alright folks, I'm back. Put it on mute instead of on talk. Oh man, gotta love it. Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, these fumes are pretty intense in the house right now, but hopefully they'll die down here soon, or we'll just get used to them. So let me guess, Jaguar, you're past Puerto Rico. Well, the good thing is I'm now entering Denver airspace, and I'm shocked he went down. Right. Well, we'll just keep pressing on. Oklahoma City, we're almost in a straight line for, so but I hope everyone's hump day is going well Wednesday as we come over the hump and head for the weekend. Tomorrow I'm working out at the airport. Yeah, that's about right. 60%. Yeah, that could be about right at your altitude. Oh, that was for 11, Mark says. Okay, well, I will think long and hard about that. I also have to admit I like the music I found here. We started with Pretzel Rocks. Noticed a lot of music from Approaching Nirvana on the Epic side, and folks, I really like a lot of the stuff they put out. That's all you've been listening to is Approaching Nirvana. I think there's 2 songs, maybe 3 or 4 that are not theirs in this playlist I have set up. And yeah, I really like it. And that song has actually grown on me more and more every time. It's so repetitive, but that Grand Lake song, that is really, they did a good job on that. Repackaged commune? Not familiar with that. Oh, communion things, okay. What about prepackaged communion things? You talking like the bread and the juice? I will try to remember that next time in church. Fortunately, I'm working this Sunday, so I won't be able to go, but I will try to run that by him. That's good. Oh, Lord have mercy. That is awesome. All right, now we're coming over the last batch of the Rockies in Colorado. Uh-oh, time to head the plane. Sir, you have a safe flight. Enjoy your weekend. And try not to enjoy Alaska too much. Or the 777. Have a great one, Mark. We'll talk with you later. Favorite airplane crash story there, Jaguar? You talking about stuff I've responded on, or are you talking about overall? So hey, I'm an airport firefighter. Not familiar with that one. You said Revolution? Never even heard of that airline. That doesn't mean anything. A lot of airlines I haven't heard. Hey, it came right up. Electra. It's like cargo Electra too on top of it. Let's see what happened to this one. Oh, ouch. Yeah, I'll bet that was it. There's a couple of prop planes that the props have come off. Thank God it's not a daily occurrence, but they happen. And glad they were able to emergency land at Anchorage, and none of the passengers. Good deal. Wow. When did that happen? Well, that's right when I graduated high school. Let's see who's got this. Mayday. Fight for control. Oh, I love watching that series, Mayday. A lot of great stuff learned out of it. I guess if you... stuff that I have not responded on, obviously, would be one, if you want to watch a good crash investigation story, watch the Concorde in Paris. It caught fire right on takeoff and slammed into a hotel. Amazing, complete story for that crash. Yeah, I have not seen that particular episode, but yeah, I do watch Mayday when it's on Quest TV. It's one of the off-cable channels that are free. But yeah, when I can find it, I'm trying to figure out when that show's on so I can watch it more often. But there's a lot of fascinating stuff they have. But if you ever get a chance, look that Concorde flight up. And the investigation that went into that one, mind blowing. But stuff I've actually responded on. We had a 767 with one of the gears hung, landed at our airport instead of Lambert. That one was a little nerve-wracking because 212 people were on it. So, yeah, that one, yeah, we'll just leave it at that. Thankfully, everyone walked away, no crash, no nothing. But getting that plane in had to be a day in the park like normal for the pilots in the sim, but now it's for real. But yeah, I was dispatching that call when it came in for the firehouse in Scott. Then we had a F-14 spin down the runway. Wow. Wonder where he was coming out of or going into. Although it could have gone into Maxwell, I guess. So, seen a little, thankfully never all-out crash, thank God. Alright, here we come to X-Plane12 Clouds. Let's see how it does. Problem that I have watching Mayday at work is every time something really interesting catches my eye, we get busy. And I get to miss it. That's why I'm hoping to find when it's on so I can watch it at home. Yeah, it does. There's one episode that I was really into and really wanted to know why the aircraft continued to hold, because that's what caused the crash. They were cleared to land, they were cleared into Portland, and they continued to hold, and I don't know why. It was a DC-8 way back. Yeah, I know it's on YouTube, but I'm not a big sit down and watch YouTube kind of person, so that's why I kind of, I mean, I've got content that goes up on YouTube, but oh yeah, DC-8's an oldie. That's the one flight for Delta I flew on it. DC-8, I think it was a Dash 72, but it might have been a 63. Not really. They weren't that bad. I mean, all aircraft of that age back then, you know, had problems. They're first generation of the jet age for airliners. And we called it the Stretch 8 that I flew on it. It was long. I'll tell you that much. It was long. Well, most of the engines that were on that plane were on the 707 and a few others. So, like I said, a lot of aircraft crashes back then because we had a lot of learning to do. So, and we have learned since then, but we still got a lot of learning to go. I mean, I remember, hang on a second, there we go. Boy, I can remember up until maybe mid-90s, about once a month. I might be exaggerating, sorry folks. You'd hear about a crash. Now you get them maybe once or twice a year. I mean, there's exceptions, but I mean, they're way down, folks. Other than general aviation. But airliners, they don't crash like they used to. And that's because when the FAA does its thing, not only do the airplane manufacturers have to come on board, the airlines have to come on board. So it's just the way it is. And that's why crashes, that's why they say, if the National Transportation Safety Bureau investigated all crashes, be it airplane or car, there would be less car crashes on the highway. Because they go into everything from pilots to maintenance to airline scheduling to airline operations to, and it's unreal. And believe it or not, they've pulled people out of the cockpits. I mean, positions are no longer in the cockpits. Remember, they used to be 3-man crews. Now they're down to 2. Yeah, pilots today, oh, they still fly, but they're more managers of the aircraft. But yeah, I mean, they've been leaps and bounds of what they've done inside these planes. Military planes, on the other hand, well, they still have flight engineers in some of them. So, but the airlines, they're pretty much gone. Unless there is an airline out there with a 727 or a 707, or the cargo company's still flying 747-200s. And I think the 300 had a flight engineer still. So that's why things have gotten safer. They have leaps and bounds investigate these incidents. That's why it takes a year or two sometimes for the final report to come out, for them to figure out exactly all the different angles that caused the mishap. Yep. Yeah, aircraft are far more safer today than they were back when the DC-8s flew regularly airline routes instead of just when they were regulated to cargo. We've come a long way and we've learned a long. Got bad news. Uh-oh. Why won't you make it? Out of time or out of fuel? Yeah, that is a long flight. If you took off from Montgomery, that's a good flight, if I'm not mistaken, to St. Lucia. Yeah, we were going to take a cruise there from Puerto Rico all the way down to Barbados and then work our way up those islands back to Puerto Rico. Something came up and we couldn't do that cruise, so we may have to revisit that someday soon. Church tonight. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, we had a church function last night, our gospel community. Oops. St. Bart would not be a smart one to take that into. If it's interesting landing. Although, what is it? 60 miles north, St. Martin? Is it less than? Alright folks, but welcome aboard. Hope you all have a great Wednesday underway. Wrapping up. It's been a great day here. We flew the Caravan from Pasco, Washington down to Boise, Idaho. Switched from X-Plane11 to X-Plane12, and now we're off from Boise to Oklahoma City. And today the 767 is working beautifully, unlike yesterday. So now folks, if you're looking to put the 767 flight factor in your hangar for X-Plane12, get a fresh download, put it in X-Plane12, then go to hang on, I'll just put it in here. What? I've got the link. Hang on. I'm being silly here, folks. Hit that link coming up right now. Read the README that comes with it, folks. Very simple to put on your machine. Then point it to X-Plane12, run the updater, and what you'll need to do for the settings, set it to fresh and beta. That way it'll install the X-Plane12 files into X-Plane12. Then when you go load the plane, now I meant to talk about this and I haven't yet, but make sure you select the X-Plane12 aircraft in X-Plane12, because you're going to see the X-Plane11 ones as well. Nope, still here, sir. Will be for another hour-ish, maybe a little more, but once we land in Oklahoma City, do a quick, hopeful, we'll quote, be able to review the landing and I plan to try to find that documentary and watch that one on the Aleutian. I believe he said it was Flight 8. Be interesting to see. But once you do that, folks, you'll be able to fly the flight factor. You'll have the 300 ER, 200 ER. Well, strike that. I have the oh, which one do I have? I have the flight factor. Can't remember which version I have of it. I have the one in between. But if you've gotten it so you can fly the freighter, you'll have the 200 ER, 300 ER freighter, and the SF, which are the converted freighters from passenger. So, and then the liveries that you had before should work. They seem to be in mine. I checked them on the ground. And then you'll be good to fly it. I do plan to fly around Dolphin Island in X-Plane12. Been into and out of an X-Plane11 Gulf Shores. Took that over to Mobile. A nice little flight and a citation for X-Plane11. We'll see how X-Plane12. Can't get the citation 10 yet to work in X-Plane12. I haven't really fooled around with it a lot, so we'll see what the problem is. But looks like we just flew over some weather. Not yet. What I was expecting to fly over is still ahead of us, unless we're a little behind on the updates. Yeah, south of Mobile, just outside the bay. As a kid, we went there a couple times. Basically, you need to climb up probably to flight into the flight levels. Say, not knowing your fuel, I'd say at least 31,000. And then fly it at whatever Mach 0.78 is, and that'll keep you under the overspeed. So you got 7,000 pounds of fuel. Well, you should be able to make it. I mean, you'll be a little low on fuel, but that should be makeable. Especially if you get up into the better winds at upper altitudes. Alright, so we are 40 minutes out. Let's take a look at this arrival, shall we? Okay, the Camet, granted we're Camet 1 in the system because that loose nut behind the wheel that's been flying this plane all night, well, he forgot to update the navigation stuff. Yeah, 7.1. Yeah, you got 7,000 pounds of fuel. Probably got 2 hours of flying time at 2,500 gallons a minute. Plenty of fuel. Alright, so here's the Camet 3, folks. Granted, again, Camet 1 is what's loaded, but we're going to be flying from... We need to be 17,000, no higher than, no lower than 12,000 at scuff. Camet, 10,000 to 15. And then docks, we are going to work off of the transition to flap, then we'll head to the ILS runway 17. Expecting an RNAV, but you know what? Coming in on the ILS. So D8 ooh, I can pull that up too. Stand by. Let me check my D8 and make sure they're doing what I want to do. Select the facility. Key City. Where are we? Alright. Y'all are not familiar. If you're flying on VATSIM and curious what the airport you're going to, if it says in your chart D8, digital ATIS, that's something you can pull up ahead of time. Not to say it will be right when you get there, because controllers, like pilots, don't necessarily read NOTAMs. But it gives you a warning of what the weather is. So we're looking at pretty good weather. But it's also going to tell you of simultaneous visual approaches, 17 left, 17 right alert in use. So be alert. Don't mistake an airport that's 8 miles away for Oklahoma City, and so forth. Sure, microburst not available, and so forth. That is awesome. Alright, so they're looking good. So the 17s are good. So once we get the flap, we'll be at 5,210 knots. And they're saying an RNAV, we may go visual, but we'll be coming in on 17 left. Okay, so now for 17 left. It's an ILS or localizer. Again, there's your frequencies across the top. The localizer here is 110.9. Final approach 176. At hangs will be at 3,000 feet MSL. Our decision altitude is 1487 MSL. Airport is at 1296, so that's 200 feet roughly above the ground. Here's what we need to shoot the approach. Again, simultaneous approach is authorized. Just like if you go to that link, you'll see what D8 says. And again, that gives you a good heads up of what's coming. Alright, so let's push down here and look at it. So we're going to go from flap to ATREC, and then we're going to join the localizer and come in. We're not going to do the hold. ATREC is 5,000 feet, so that's a simple descent, hopefully. Gulfs down to hangs, again, that's 3,000 feet. And we're going to be on the glide slope. Straight in. Now the thinking 150 is about what we're going to be able to do on this approach. So about 800 feet a minute. Be a 3-degree descent. Got a Mulser and no pappies or fassies, no visual cue. So we're coming in strictly eyeballs or glide slope on the radio. And then here's our minimums again, 200, RVR 40 or 3/4 in a mile. And we're fine on all of that. Okay, 33,000. You should be able to set about a Mach speed of 0.78 and should hold it. Okay, and then once we're on the ground, FedEx parks right here in the air cargo area, so we'll get off probably down here around E1112, taxi back up to the air cargo. Pretty simple. Mach speed 1.1115. Sounds like you might be on IAS still. Run that up to about 240, see what happens. Well, if it's Mach, yeah. But if it's indicated airspeed, you're very close to stalling. Usually your Mach speed is a 0 point something. Usually 78, 79, 80 in a 737. Now on your, hang on, let me zoom in here. Okay, it's not the same, I realize, but if you, this dial should be right under your speed. Move it up. How high up will it go? Click the IAS Mach. There should be like a select button or something like that nearby. See how mine's set up? I don't remember the 737. Been a couple days since I've flown it. Can go up as high as 392, dial it back to about 280. And that'll keep you from overspeeding and shouldn't be getting that alarm. And then make sure your speed, I think its speed is on that plane. I don't have the cockpit right in front of me. And the auto throttle is on A arm. I think it says on there too. AT arm, sorry. So make sure this is on and then set N1 or speed. Speed should put you where you can control it. Right, there's Liberal Kansas ahead of us. But folks, that's our chart briefing. See how close we follow this. And I need to come up. There's the ILS. There we go. Alright, so we'll have to deviate a little. Alright, so we got that figured out. Now, let's get our speeds figured out. Perfect. Alright, where are you, Top Cat? know what? We'll just go with what it's telling me. Or not. We'll go with this. 30 will be 145. Put that in there. So 155 will be our approach speed. We are currently 110 miles out from top of descent. Chart-wise, 110.9. Heading 76. Okay, that's all set. Can you move your throttles and will that control it? Good old irrigation circles below us. The clouds have gotten a little better with Beta 5. But you know, this is the first run of these kind of clouds, so I mean, they're not doing bad. I mean, I'd love to see more cumulo-looking clouds, but I mean, they don't look all that bad. And especially from the ground looking up, they actually look pretty good. Maybe a little more intense than they should be, but you know, hey, it's a good start. Does Austin and Company have a ways to go? Yep. But then so does BusBus. Because I wasn't until Update 10 came out a big fan of their clouds either. So alright, so we're getting into the Liberal, Kansas area. That's where the batch of rain that I saw was at. Right now, I'm not seeing it. And we have traffic coming at us. 900 feet above. Let's see. I think we're making that turn right now, so traffic's no longer a factor. Although I am curious, as we get within this circle, if maybe we'll see it. I think it's southwest coming at us. And top of descent now about 50 or so miles ahead of us. I don't think we're going to be in close enough, folks, although it looks like it, but I don't think so. Be neat to see them, at least contrails, but oh well. All right, folks, so we are just about to start down. And we'll be abreast here shortly. $20 miles. Yeah, me and Hawker 125 flew from Panama to southern Mexico near, well, probably a good 100, 200 miles from Acapulco. And we had to get in. It had to get in real close for us to see each other on X-Plane. Give you a nice look at the FedEx cabin here.
Traffic, 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 traffic.
Are we gonna see it? Plus 900 would be above us. No visual. He's real close. We ought to see him. Yep. Oh well. We tried. We tried. All right, so with that, we are now 40 miles out from top of descent. Let's see what the checklist holds for us. All right, seatbelt signs. Kind of silly to turn them on, so we won't. Well, I guess our packages are getting a little unruly behind us. EFIS control set. Okay, do that by going here. 200 and 200. ILS pedal, the frequency is set. And initial descent. I don't remember. I think it was like... Yeah, we'll go down to 12,000. Oh, it's very nerve-wracking, folks. There we go. All right, so let me go back here. Scuff at 12,000. Wait a minute, is that right? Yep. Cam at 10,000. Back up. 20 at 10,000. And flap at 5,000, 210. Okay, so everything's set. Execute. All right. 16 miles to go, folks. All right. Now, for those of you curious, as I was, how do you make this thing descend? A couple of ways. You can always flight level change, or depending on the Boeing you're flying. Now, if you don't have climb cruise descent, click VNAV till you get to the descent page, and that could be VNAV and then page, next page, next page. Okay, once you're here, first off, make sure your transition level is correct. 18,000 in the US is correct. Descend now. There she goes. Big thing you gotta watch is your speed. Gonna get up to about 300 at Mach 0.79, and that's because we had a higher cost index on this run, folks. So so that's coming down, and we want to pay attention and make sure we're gonna make it. So like right now we're only doing 1,000 feet a minute. If I don't think we're gonna make it, I will take over and nose it over, pull back on the throttle, pop the spoilers. But I know it's because it might do it at top of descent. Alright, so descent initiated. Okay, so from now we have transition altitude at 18,000. Okay, we're just crossing where the projected top of descent was. You can see that right here. See if it starts going. It's at 1,000 feet a minute. We got a ways to go. Okay, there it goes. Alright, now I'm getting a little more cozy with this. Alright, finally, so we're going to anti-ice. That's Tinker. Right, so, no end. 10-mile visibility, few clouds at 10. When was this? 2052. So, almost 3 minutes old. Okay, that's fine. 10 miles. Few clouds at 11,000, few clouds at 17, and we got a broken layer at 25,009. Okay, so pretty good weather going in. if the speed's getting too much for you folks, just push on it. Dial it back. See if it responds. Then you can always introduce spoilers. In this case, they're called speed brakes. Okay, we're coming up to speed. Alright, folks. After about 5.5 hours of streaming today, we are coming over rolls, entering the CAMET for the aircraft FMC 1. Real world, it's the CAMET 3 arrival. Planning 17 right. We got such an obstinate dog. Will not get out of your way. My spot, not yours. Alright, so so 12,000. We're gonna be close to it, folks. That's 280, so let's go ahead and set 280 up here. Alright. So there we go, we're making the descent. Now, show you something on those not up to speed on these kind of nav displays. This partial arc here, that's where the computer is forecasting 12,000 feet speed as is. So, see, it just let up a little, and it's going to come back in. I'm going to go ahead and punch in some speed brakes. So now you can see it's getting back into the groove. 12,000 will be reached here. Got a little below the projected glide path. That's what this is for. But we're above. Sorry, folks. It's a lot like your ILS. Right now, our target of 12,000 is pretty much right on scuff. It's 280. Getting close to transition. So things begin to pick up in your workload, folks, for the approach. FedEx, I'm going to go direct. Okay, we're starting to pick up speed. Dial us back. There is looking pretty good. Clouds, are they perfect? By no means. But things are pretty decent. All right, there's 18,000. We need to go to... Seem right. It's 3009. It's 3009, and that says 3009 we'll go to. Okay, see the disagree? Simply click here, it goes away, and we'll set the backup 3009. Okay, so we are now through transition. So the next thing is we'll get the anti-ice. I don't think we need it. I'll do it, I guess, for safety. In case these clouds do produce moisture. Put the engine ice on. I mean, it's starting to look better, folks, than originally. Let me give you a bullseye view. See, from the ground, even in here, it's not great, but it's getting better. So there's scuff. Go ahead and set 10,000. And that's by cam it, and we'll have to slow to 280. I'm sorry, to 240. My bad. But as long as we get below 15, which we are, and above 10, good. Same thing here, as long as we're below 17 and above 280 at, I'm sorry, above 12,000 at 280, we're good. Again, not the greatest clouds. Totally honest, Fuss wasn't very well either. Alright, so as soon as we cross scuff, I'm going to drop us, and I may turn the radar on since I am not seeing precip here. Help it out a little. Okay, again, we're within the boundary. It's 12,000 to 10,000. So now we just need to get it slowed to 240. Then we'll go down to flap, which is pretty close to where we're at. To check. Oh, It's not working there. Okay. Set 5,000 or 6,000, folks? 5,000. Okay, so we're getting ready. All right, we're going to have to make a descent. So at Danks, we're going direct to Arctic. At Rec, and then join the ILS until I can see the runway. Once I see the runway, we'll probably take over. Yes, we're over speeding right now, folks, but hopefully once we level off, we'll get it back under the 210. That's my hope, at least. All right, we should be leveling off here. Again, we're going to Eric and then Gulfs. Let's get those speed brakes retracted. Let's get into localizer and let's go heading select. It is a Boeing flight. Flight 2 for today. And we're in X-Plane12. Alright folks, we're coming on final. It's slowed to 180. Just notch of flaps. That's actually go 2 notches. Flaps 5. Glide slope. Gear down. Manny Lazada, come in. Got the runway actually in sight. Slow up 50. 50. Let's get into the heck. There it goes. Okay. Hey, I've got the throttle. Okay, we're running a little high on the glide. Alright, my plane. Laps are at 25, I think's what the needle's at. Yep. Laps full. Oklahoma City traffic, FedEx 811 heavy, 17 left, 5 mile final, gear down, cleared to land. Alright.
Light slope. Light slope.
Calm wind, it's sure pushing me around out here.
Minimums.
Landing.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Alright folks, I didn't see the numbers. Good, but you know what? We're on the ground, that's all that matters. Now it's out of reverse. It's off. And folks, that is my first landing. And the flight factor 767 freighter for X-Plane12. Oklahoma City traffic, FedEx 811 heavies, clear 17 left to FedEx. Alright, so speed brakes up. Flaps up. Alright folks, we're just taxiing in. Let's get these lights off. Strobes. Alright, checklist time. Alright, APs off, auto throttles off, flight directors off. Alright, taxi lights, runway lights, flaps, transponder to standby. There you go, folks. X-Plane12, Oklahoma City. Okay, it's up and running. Laps are up and agreed. Auto brakes off. Let's go ahead and start slowing down. Right. Off here at 8. Alright, there's the cargo area, folks. Don't know if there was a truth to the X-Plane Beta 6 coming out. I must have loaded before it. Alright, FedEx is all the way down. Alright, brakes are set. Alright, shutdown checklist. Parking brakes on. Let's get up here, get the gen switched over. Okay. Back here. Shutdown. Alright, fuels are off. We'll leave everything as is for the moment. Hoping to do a replay. Alright, let's see if it updates. Alright, well, FedEx had us at 410, 152, little fast. Stop. Alright, that went through good. Yes. VATSIM, I'm gonna go ahead and disconnect so I don't forget. Perfect. Stinks that I forgot to get that going. Oh well. Alright folks, so welcome one and all to the city. Our 1 second folks and we'll get into the briefing here for the landing. I gotta use the lav. Stand by. All right, folks, sorry for that. Well, we're glad you made it in here too, Hawker. All right, let's take a look at this landing, shall we? First off, we use good old Sim Toolkit, folks. If you don't have this, shame on you. It's free. You don't get to hear that word very much, especially in the Microsoft world. But in the X-Plane world, yeah, we get free a little bit more often. But folks, it's free. It's no longer beta. It's fully out there, and it's free, if I didn't say that yet. So what we're going to do now is what I love about this program. We're going to look at the landing route. Now, it moved a little bit from the beta program. Used to be its own little file down here. But now, all you do is go to your logbook, which is this one. Click the flight you want to view. I could go back and look at that one if I want. So let's go to here. Okay, it was a, first off, I don't get the time here. Hang on, let's go to view details. 2-hour, 35-minute flight. 990 miles. Well, why can't you see it there, Hawker? Open your eyes. It's right there. Sorry about that, folks. Shall I back up?
Dive!
So go to my logbook. Find the flight you want to review.
Dive!
Then click View Details. Again, it's 2 hours, 35 minutes. It's 900 miles. They got it in kilograms. For the rest of the world, you're happy. For us in the U.S., hang on a second, folks. I know they're updating probably the METAR. Yeah, take care of that so we don't see that anymore. All right. Now, it gives you a pretty good breakdown here. There's your G's. Ooh, that's, people weigh twice their weight. They're not happy with me. And Sim Toolkit has us at 500 feet a minute. A little closer to that VREF speed, but not much. Go to the landing room. Let's see, where did we touch down? Well, there's the threshold for 17 left. Okay. If you all remember, those of you that were with us on the caravan flight earlier, I explained, granted, we were not on a precision runway. This is obviously a precision runway with an ILS. So you've got your threshold, and each of these hashes going down, including the aiming point, are 500 feet down the runway. Apart. Let me rephrase that. 500 feet apart. Lest I receive the wrath of Hawker 125. Alright, so the goal when you're visual is right here. That's what you're aiming for in the cockpit. Those big white pads, or they're alternated slightly. That's what you aim for. We were 2,089 feet down the runway. Still well within the landing zone. And quite frankly, folks, that's pretty much that in the center line are what pilots are really aiming for. They don't have a little gauge pop up in their heads-up display or on the windshield saying, lift a 6, dude, you stink. No. But if they land in the landing, now they'll know if they landed hard, just like you do back in the back. So, but that's the airplane. So we did a pretty good job. There's the FedEx parking area. That's a FedEx jet. See? Tail. So overall, number-wise, not bad except for the G's. We kind of hit hard. We thumped in there a little bit, but hey, that's okay. Called a flight sim for a reason. All right. Now, we've been having a lot of troubles with my other favorite thing to do with X-Plane. Trying to do everything in my power to make this happen this time. All right. Let's go outside. We're going to try to rewind this. So far, so good. Hallelujah. Usually we crash the desktop, folks, on any flights over an hour. Knock on wood. We're going to be able to fly this one, hopefully. Maestro, could you key up some music for us? Let's see. For a calm wind, it was blowing around pretty good, folks. Not gonna complain, folks. Not bad. Big fan of the sound package on here, folks. That may have to be looked at on my end. Overall, not a bad approach, not a great approach, and not a great landing, but you know what? I walked away from it, so it's a good landing. To me, that's in the groove coming in. I just polished the flare. That's all. I think I was probably too fast to get to. So, again, folks, that's a really good looking landing. See, watching that approach, that is actually not bad. It's right in the slot, right in that groove. Looking good. So, got a little work to do on it. It's been a while since we've flown the 7.6. Look forward in X-Plane12 a few more times. You see, I overflared and too fast. Alright, let's, we don't have any wing views as of yet. So, let's come off the tail. That always looks like. See how I overflared or too fast. And a one bunny hop and we're done. So folks, I get 2 landings for that. Oh, I hate this. Look at that beautiful landing, folks. I mean, that's the view to have. All right, folks, I want to say thank you for flying with us today, folks. Probably one of the longest series we've done next to Boston to somewhere in Europe. But folks, I want to say thank you for flying with Mike. I'm going to head back to the gate. And wish you all a great rest of your hump day. And we'll be back at it Friday in the 727 for X-Plane12, unfortunately. So for us here at Flying with Mike, we want to say thank you for flying with us. We hope you have a great and glorious day. Lord is risen. It's a glorious day every day. Y'all have a great day. God bless you all. We'll see you Saturday. I'm sorry, Friday. Sometime between now and then, we'll be back on the air. So, folks, thank you so much again for being a part, and we'll see you then. God bless. Have a great day.